Mr. Gwala will be presenting a paper titled The Impact of Mobile Libraries on Rural Communities in Mandeni Local Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. And Ms. Nokwetemba Gumede will be presenting on exploring language barriers to access information for isiZulu speaking rural learners, a case of Ndulinde Library. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Andile Gwala to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Okay. As Tekofato have already said, I'm Andile Gwala, and I'm going to present my topic. It is the impact of mobile library on rural communities in Mandeni. The sub-theme, community and library engagement. Research outline. It encompasses introduction, research objectives, literature review, methodology, key findings, mobile library programs, challenges, recommendations, expected positive outcomes, and conclusion. Mostly in Mandeni, we have a lot of wards which are in rural areas, deep remote areas. So, and lack of permanent libraries in rural in Mandeni. Mobile libraries address access issues, and we target mostly those wards that are in rural areas which does not have libraries. Research objectives. We investigate mobile libraries' impact on literacy, examine access to educational material, evaluate social cultural influence, identify operational challenges. On literature review, 83.2% of South African schools lack functional libraries, and mobile libraries boost reading and engagement. Methodology. We used qualitative data collection. I interviewed 40 participants, and they responded. Surveys, observations, secondary source, and analysis, thematic and statistical. Key findings: 70% read more often, 70% improved literacy, 90% use mobile library, 80% find it accessible. These are the photo where we used to go to ECDs. We have different programs which I will outline later. Another finding, 70% saw increased cultural awareness, 80% cited finding issues, 100% support expansion. We even go to different schools where they access a mobile library. Mobile library programs that we used to have. It's a back to school campaign program, World Read Aloud Day, International Mother Language Day celebration, ECD's Ready to Read program, book clubs launch, and we started launching book clubs in different schools so that we ensure that there's more circulation of books within our libraries. Take Me to Varsity program, those who want to apply to different universities. Mandela Day, you know this program. And reading competition. Recommendations: increase funding, civics expansion, infrastructure improvement, community engagement, technology, and improve scheduling. Because others, they were complaining that how we notice them, whether the track will be available or not. We used the social media to ensure that they know the timelines or the schedule of the mobile library in different areas within Mandeni. This is one of the examples of the schedule that we used to publish for them. Expected positive outcome: boost in literacy and educational performance, broader community participation, more equitable access to knowledge, technological readiness in rural areas. These are the programs that we normally do to ensure that reading is improved in rural areas. Mobile library improvement: we have a solar generator, ICT equipment, router laptops, printer. There is a photo of a solar panel within the truck. We do not need power now. Previously, we had load sheddings and we can't deliver services effectively and efficiently to the people of Mandeni. But now we have a solar system, so we don't need much electricity in order to deliver services to the community. Challenges: ailing infrastructure. When sometimes bridges, we do not have, we have small bridges, we'll find that the truck can't cross that particular bridge. So we have ailing infrastructure. Sometimes we can't access people. On a rainy days, the truck find it difficult to, and security issues, which means we do not have a security within the library, in the mobile library. If they steal books, we do not have RFID because the truck is too small to install an RFID, that alarm system. Maybe cameras will do much better. Conclusion: mobile libraries are transformative, long-term success need, but need consistent funding, strategic expansion, and more community involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gwala. We will have a question and answer session after all our presenters have presented. Let's now welcome Ms. Gumede to the stage and hear what she has for us. Ms. Gumede.
Greeting to the program chair, the organizers of the summit, my colleagues, and I think it's safe to say all protocols reserved. I greet you all. It gives me such an honor. It gives me such an honor to be standing right in front of you today to present my paper, which is titled Exploring Language Barriers to Access to Information by isiZulu-speaking learners in rural areas. It's a case of Ndulinde Library. This is my presentation outline, and I will start by unpacking the contextual setting and purpose of the study. In South Africa, as we know that English is widely used as the language of learning and teaching in schools, and though the majority of learners now in rural areas speak indigenous language, and in my case of Ndulinde, these learners speak isiZulu as their mother tongue. This linguistic clash also creates barriers to effective learning and also to access information. If we have these learners coming to our libraries to access information, they sometimes misinterpret what the teachers want from them, and leading also to misinterpret the information that they want from us as library workers. And particularly for rural learners who rely on Ndulinde Library as an institution for critical resources for academic development. It also hinders their academic development, because if they misinterpret information and by the confusion of the language of which is the medium of instruction, as it's a sole medium of instruction, English is a sole medium of instruction in schools, so it hinders them to develop academically. In the Ndulinde area, where isiZulu is predominantly spoken, the local library and the local schools also lacks bilingual resources. It was going to be better if we do have bilingual resources in our libraries, and also if we have bilingual resources, if these schools that are around Ndulinde have bilingual resources to help these children with translating the subjects that they are taught from English to their mother tongue. The issue also impacts negatively because of systematic challenges, such as under-resourcing in libraries and in schools, and of course the dominance of English in educational policies. Teachers are also guided by these policies that they must instruct learners using English, the English language, of which they are guided by the policies. And if they do not abide by what the policy says, maybe it would cause problems to their qualifications. It will cause problems to their careers also. The study also is motivated by the growing concern now that English as the primary medium of instruction somehow isolates isiZulu speaking learners, because now, as I said, that English as the medium of instruction isolates these isiZulu speaking learners, because they may sometimes lack confidence. They also may sometimes may not understand the unpacking of the subjects that they are taught. The research also highlights that rural-based libraries and schools often fail to provide culturally and linguistically appropriate information materials that would sometimes support their word of mouth. In that case, it undermines learners' ways to acquire access to literacy development that was taken from Mwango and Makatini 2021. Addressing these challenges is also essential for promoting equitable access to education and fostering language diversity for all. As we all know that we are a diverse country, so this hinders us to show our diversity, because now we are forced to be instructed by the English language, and then our isiZulu speaking learners sometimes feel isolated, and that is not promoting diversity. Also, the purpose of the study now. The purpose of the study aims to investigate how the dominance of English as the primary medium of instruction in libraries and schools affects isiZulu speaking learners' ability to seek, to access, and to utilize accurate information. It also seeks to explore whether translating the mother tongue isiZulu when giving out instructions for teachers and using bilingual resources could mitigate these barriers and enhance learning outcomes for rural learners in the Ndulinde area. The use of English as the primary medium of instruction in South African schools has been a long-standing policy, despite the country's linguistic diversity. As I said, that it's a policy, it was an amended policy, and it now hinders us from being diverse as that area of Ndulinde. This poses a significant challenges for learners in rural areas where indigenous languages such as isiZulu are predominantly spoken. In the Ndulinde area, the reliance of English in educational setting, including libraries and schools, creates a barrier for isiZulu speaking learners. This linguistic clash can hinder academic development. And then objectives of the study now. The objectives of the study was to investigate the impacts of English as a medium of instruction, examining how the use of English affects isiZulu speaking learners' ability to understand and to access and to also understand information in rural libraries and in school. So because we have materials in our libraries, and these materials, non-fiction materials, also your study guides, it's all in English language, and it affects with these learners because they are isiZulu speaking learners. It's also to investigate how the use of English as the language of learning and teaching affects the academic performance and information literacy of isiZulu speaking learners in rural schools. It's to explore the perceptions and attitudes of learners, teachers, and librarians regarding the use of English versus isiZulu in educational and library contexts in the Ndulinde area. It is also to recommend strategies for integrating bilingual resources and mother tongue-based instruction in libraries and classrooms to reduce these language barriers and enhance outcomes for rural isiZulu speaking learners. The methodology that I use, the design and approach was mixed method. It was combining both qualitative and quantitative. The study is both based on experiential and measurable impacts of language barriers. The data collection tool that I used was semi-structured interviews with educators, library personnel to explore language use and resource availability in schools and in libraries. I also use questionnaires administering isiZulu speaking learners and teachers to quantify the impacts of English-only instruction on comprehension and access to information. I also consulted sources with similar topics to mine. Then the findings, I found that English as the sole medium of instruction, it creates a significant comprehension barriers to isiZulu speaking learners in rural areas. It's limiting the ability to engage with educational materials and library resources effectively. Teachers also often feel inadequately prepared to teach bilingually, and systemic issues such as the lack of bilingual teaching materials and training escalates the problems, taken from Mashia 2011. The absence of bilingual resources also in libraries restricts learners' access to accurate, culturally relevant information, undermining the literacy development. As I said, that we do have non-fiction books, but they are all in English. And bilingual education materials, such as those developed in other South African context. Example, isiXhosa English science booklets have shown positive effects on learners' comprehension and engagement. Community involvement and collaboration between schools and libraries are critical for promoting linguistic diversity and also supporting rural education. And the theoretical framework I took from the study is grounded from in social cultural theory by Vygotsky, which emphasizes the role of language and social interaction in cognitive development, because these children need to be developed cognitively. Language is not only a medium of instruction, but also a cultural tool that shapes learners' understanding and access to knowledge. The dominance of English marginalizes indigenous languages like isiZulu, hindering learners' cognitive and academic development. The mother tongue-based bilingual education a framework supports the use of learners' first language alongside with English to improve comprehension and educational outcomes. This framework advocates for culturally and linguistically relevant teaching to bridge language gaps and promotes equity in education. The recommendations that I came up with was to develop and distribute bilingual education and library resources tailored to isiZulu-speaking learners in Dulinde to facilitate better comprehension and engagement. It is to also train and teachers and library staff in bilingual teaching and communication strategies to enhance their capacity to support learners effectively. That was taken from Ngwango and Makatini, 2021. Implement mother tongue-based bilingual education policies in rural schools to allow initial instruction in isiZulu with gradual introduction of English, aligning with national education frameworks that was taken from the Department of Basic Education 2023. To also foster collaboration between schools, libraries, and local communities to promote linguistic diversity and support culturally relevant literacy development. To also advocate for policy reforms to recognize and support indigenous languages as mediums of instruction and information access in rural education settings. In conclusion, the dominance of English as the primary medium of instruction in rural South African schools, particularly in the Dulinde area, poses significant barriers for isiZulu-speaking learners in accessing accurate and culturally relevant information in libraries and in schools. This linguistic mismatch undermines learners' academic performance and literacy development. Also, introducing bilingual resources and mother tongue-based instruction can mitigate these barriers by enhancing comprehension, engagement, and equitable access to education. Collaborative efforts involving educators, libraries, communities, and policymakers are essential for fostering language diversity and improve educational outcome for rural learners. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our presenters. We are now going to start with our question and answer session. And can we have a roaming mic? Anyone with questions? We have one hand this side. You'll be the first. Second, third. Any other question? Fourth. We have 4 hands. Mr. Dlodlo, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I would like to thank the presenters for interesting presentation that they've just shared with us. I'm not sure whether mine is a question or a comment. I will start with Mr. Kwala on the mobile library. When the mobile library was introduced in Mandeni, probably has it achieved its intended objective? That will be my question. And how do you, in terms of your scheduling of the library, because yesterday there was a talk about the mobile library where it was said the provincial mobile library is used as a promotion. If you could expand on Mandeni, is it used as a promotion or it's fully fledged? It's used as a library. Thank you. Nogwetemba, thank you for your presentation. In your recommendation, you speak about the collaborative effort. Looking at the area that you've just shared with us, it's largely rural. How possible it will be to enforce such collaboration in order to achieve your objective study? Thank you.
I think number 2 is at the back, the second question.
Good morning, colleagues and program director. My comment will be on the lady that, I don't know whether it was the councillor or the lady that presented on the mobile bus. I can see, Uguti, you've got a schedule where you state the dates when you are going to that particular area. Now, I'm kind of interested, Uguti, do you go back again, and yet you've gone for the first time, to sell the service? Now, I'm interested in knowing, Uguti, do you go back and see the impact, or what do you do after you have gone once to that particular area? Do you just go once and then come back home and say, I've achieved? Or you also go back again and again to see the impact? And number 2, I know you have your library books in that bus, which are assets. So how do you ensure, Uguti, those books that are in that bus, they don't get lost? What security measures do you have in place so that you ensure, Uguti, those books are not lost? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the delegates, and good morning to the presenters. Thank you so much for the 2 presentations, and I think, in my view, they address the issue of access in both dealing with barriers and availing mobile library services to our communities. The question I had has been asked by my colleague here, in terms of how to ensure, or do you circulate books in the mobile library, and how, or what are the lessons learned in terms of issuing those books to community members whom, compared to a traditional static library, you would have addresses and you'll be able to trace books as asset, as my colleague has just alluded. But over and above that, I will also direct my comment to Mr. Gwala in terms of commending your municipality, especially with the issue of the solar panels on top of the bus, which addresses the issue of power in these mobile libraries. But over and above that, thank you so much for both presentations. They were informative. Thank you.
There's a hand at the back.
Good morning. Firstly, one would like to acknowledge and welcome the presentation by the four presenters. Mr. Lolo and uMhlathuze have covered me on some issues that I wanted to check from Mr. Kwala. I also wanted to check to Mr. Kwala how or which ladder or the tool that you used to ensure that the introduction and the existence or the running of mobile libraries does indeed achieve its intended objective. I see the topic is the impact of mobile libraries. So I want to know the results, the outcomes that you now see in your servicing area due to the running of those mobile libraries. Which programs and how do you assess those that those programs really impact positive? What improvements are you experiencing now to your patrons? Thank you.
Okay, any other question?
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd love to comment on the impact of mobile libraries as evident in one school in Mandeni, where the school indicated that the mobile library offer services to the school that does not have a library and resources and books, but learners do get an opportunity when visited by the Mandeni Mobile Library. They get an opportunity to utilize the library. They get the opportunity to get resources. The school even shared that they shared themes with the mobile library officials for the content subjects. So when the mobile library visits the school, they know which books to bring along for the benefit of the learners. So that is bringing relevant resources for that particular theme for content subjects. But my concern or question is based on advocacy and communication. I would love to know, how do you onboard local schools? Because the same cannot be said by all schools in the area. How do you onboard the local schools and district officials on the services that you offer so that your services could benefit maximum number of schools? Thank you.
Chair, thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. We welcome the presentation by both presenters, but I would like to comment on the second presentation to indicate that the Department of Education has started with mother tongue-based bilingual education, focusing on grade 4 this year, 2025. Next year it's going to be grade 5, incrementally grade 6 and grade 7 until 2028. With the notion that the African language, especially in grade 8, 80% of teaching will be based on the African language, especially in our case, it's Zulu, which is predominant around here, and 20% it's English, in such a way that the the question papers that the learners wrote in the first term, it was dual, it was English and isiZulu, and it was up to the child to respond whether you want to respond in isiZulu and also or else in English, in such a way that the ATP that is provided to teachers, it's dual, it's isiZulu and English. And also there's a lot of translation that has taken place in 2 subjects for a start. It's mathematics, grade 4, and natural sciences, grade 4. But it's early for us now to say what are the results, because we're still busy with the analysis of results of term 1 as compared to the results of term 1 2024 to see the impact. It won't be as fast as we want, but we believe that the learners, as based on the results from PERS, that learners who are taught in their mother tongue, they perform better than the learners who are taught in the first additional language. But what we have observed, the comment from parents, we still have that notion that they want their learners or their kids to be taught in English. If now you continue emphasizing the African language or the mother tongue language, now they think now we are digressing and also we are disadvantaging those learners. We still have that, advocacy that we have to do to the parents, because everybody believes that if a learner speaks well in English, that learner has improved in education. But now we have already started in the 2 subjects, that is natural sciences and technology, together with mathematics. But the results of the analysis, we haven't finalized to compare the result for term 1, 2024, and the result for term 1, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question from the floor? Any comments? Compliments? Okay. We have 2 questions from our online attendees. The first question is directed to Ms. Gumede, and it says, thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding the second speaker. Obviously, I believe they meant that directed to the second speaker about the solution for the language barrier for isiZulu speaking learners. The question is, what should be done to alleviate the situation? The second question is from Stombe Dubazana, who says, I would like to commend the mobile library services around Mandeni for doing a great job of helping schools with resources access. How many schools do you service per term or year, Mr. Gwala? And do you train teachers on how to monitor utilization of the books loaned by learners, or do you block loans for schools? Did you get that? Mr. Gwala, I also have a question. During your presentation under your programs, you said you have ECDs, ready to read programs. My question is, are the programs targeting teachers only, or are they also targeting parents and the local librarian? And what types of activities do you have that are included in the ECD program? So, thank you. Can go ahead. I will start with Ms. Gumede to answer her questions.
Thank you so much. for the questions and also the comments. Mr. Dlodlo asks, how is it possible to collaborate for fostering collaborations as we are based in a rural setting? I think to collaborate our own, also to foster and to help these learners with the English language, understanding the English language, which is the medium of instruction. I think it's to also collaborate with parents, invite parents to tell them that they must not stop using isiZulu to instruct their children, and to also invite ex-learners of the schools to come and unpack maybe the subjects in isiZulu. Maybe those ex-learners who have scored high marks in each and every subject, to also help them using their native language, which is their mother tongue. I think that will also help with the learners understanding the subjects and also what they are learning better. And also the second question is that what is the solution that will be done to help these learners? I think, sir, help me with that, saying that they are starting with the bilingual resources. They are starting to teach the learners using their native language, which is their mother tongue. And I think that's one of the solutions that are helping these learners from shifting from being instructed from the English language to their native language or also their mother tongue. Thank you.
Yeah. The nice thing about the mobile library is that we go to them. If they don't come to the library, we make sure that we go to them. We mobilize people. We like, do you know, when there's an elections time, when politicians go to the people, we are like that. We force, in fact, we force the people to read. We force them to utilize the resources, the mobile library chat, but not in a bad way, in a good way. How do we force them? By creating a book club within a school, part of forcing them. You borrow them books, maybe about 15 books. Each school open a library card. And the person who's responsible for that library card is the teacher. And they read those books and they come back and explain what they read. And it's part of, and it's improving e-reading. Whether the mobile library track make positive or negative impact, it's positive impact, I must say. And mobile library track do both services, marketing side, and they deliver services like borrowing books, printing and photocopying, Wi-Fi connectivity, because mobile library, it's marketing itself, the way you look at it. How do we make sure that books are not lost? When we pack in that particular area, especially in a rural area. Okay. Most communities have different community structures. What are those structures? You'll find that there is a war room. You'll find that there is a CCG, Community Caregivers Committee, Ward Committee. We engage with those structures in ensuring that mobile library books are safe. And they know their people, street committees. You see? So izindunas, we have a good relationship with them to ensure that these mobile libraries, we provide services effectively. And Facebook pages, you know, there are certain pages that, like uMhlathuze. You make sure you ask the questions around that particular area. Which page is popular in this area? Or they would say, hi, uMhlathuze, Facebook page. Then you put a schedule there. uMhlathuze. At least bahlebe nge-mobile library. Bayeke lo uMhlathuze lo wabo. Yabo? So it serves, it have a good impact, I must say. Whether if you visited a certain school or a certain area, do you go back and check the impact? Oh, yes. We started we developed an evaluation form now to check the community, to check the schools, how to check our performance. And what are the positive and negative, their comments, their recommendations, so that we can strike a balance in ensuring that we deliver effective services to them. We just go back. Also, they also request us to be part of their programs. Like we partnered with Department of Education. There is an intergovernmental relations, I must say, where with our departments to ensure that we converge in one place and discuss these issues of reading. ECD's program, whom you targeting? Oh yes, we target minors and ECD's teachers. But mostly ECD's educators or teachers, they still need training in terms of the usage of the library. I'm sure, I'm not sure whether Department of Education is still here. Soon they will have AMA EAs, and we'll target those EAs who are specialized in library and partner with them to ensure that within their schools there is a library or functional library if it's not functioning well. I think those are the questions, because some of the questions I combined them. I think I answered all the questions that were raised by the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our speakers, and thank you for the questions that were asked and answered. Colleagues, I mentioned earlier that we have a cancellation, but then we have someone online who's supposed to present a paper. We have Professor uMhlathuze and Ms. Putero Sharon Lebogo, who will be presenting on book clubs as intervention towards improving reading habits of students at universities, a case of the University of Limpopo. I'm trying to check because Prof And Ms. Liboro, if you can hear me, please say something. Just confirm that you can hear us. So that we can confirm if you can hear me. Colleagues, can you take a 10-minute break while we sort out Professor uMhlathuze so that he can be able to connect, we can assist him to connect and present his paper. Just 10 minutes. And normally, when I say 10 minutes to people, I mean 10 minutes. So, yeah. Let's just take a brief break so that we can sort out Professor and his colleague. Thank you so much. I made a mistake. I forgot to acknowledge our speakers. Thank you very much, Mandeni Municipality, for the wonderful presentations that we received this morning. They were very informative and we've learned so much. Thank you so much. Their presentation is titled Book Clubs as Intervention Towards Improving Reading Habits of Students at Universities, a case of University of Limpopo. Prof, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. This is Leboha Sharon from the Department of Sport, Art and Culture, librarian, and I'll be taking you through our presentation together with Professor uMhlathuze, students attendees, first generation university attendees, and come from rural communities, wherein poor reading habits present as a significant academic difficulty. Developing reading habits also implies on matters So are you saying it's not moving from the other side, Prof? Okay. Okay. Developing reading habits is not simply a matter of personal choice, but the one that that intersect with institutional policy, language planning, and curriculum design. The problem statement: most research conducted in South Africa, including that of Peters and Curran 2010, has shown that reading habit of students entering university are lower than expected. This concern is compounded by broader trends indicating a widespread decline in reading habits among students at the university level, which according to Spurrell 2010 and Machet 2020 threatens academic success and long-term educational outcomes. Therefore, poor reading engagement tends to lead to a limited vocabulary, underdeveloped comprehension skill, and an inability to critically engage with academic texts, skills that are required for success in institutions of higher learning. In addition to that, this study investigates the potential of book clubs as an intervention to improve reading habits at university. Okay, I'll be handing over to Prof.
Okay, good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much to my co-presenter, I will take over from here. Colleagues, this study emanates from one of the study we did a few years ago with my colleague, Mr. uMhlathuze, on Lies om de Leer, where we were looking at the reading habit of students at the University of Limpopo. Immediately after that results, we decided to conduct further studies where we wanted to check what other means can we do to encourage students to read. And that's why we came up with the study, to check if book clubs have indeed assisted the students in improving their reading clubs. I'll start with the literature review. According to Pretorius and Karim, reading is a fundamental academic skill that underpins success in higher education. However, research has consistently shown that many university students exhibit poor reading habits, which can affect their academic performance. This review of literature explores literature related to reading habits among university students and the role of book clubs as an intervention strategy and how these interventions have been implemented in various educational contexts with a focus on relevance to the South African higher education. An increasing amount of research indicates that university students' reading habits in South Africa and around Africa are deteriorating in terms of both frequency and depth. Several studies have influenced the reading habits of students in higher education. And the first one is about access to resources. In under-resourced institutions like most of the universities that we have in rural areas, regular reading can be hindered by limited access to libraries or even by limited access to material, and also by limited access to academic materials and internet resources. Okay. The other problem could be language barriers. One of the things that has come out is that many students at most of the universities, such as University of Limpopo, do not have reading material in their mother tongue, which can hinder understanding and lower motivation for reading. And this is according to Magalela 2015. Another hindrances can come from the digital distractions. A lot of our students spend most of their time on the digital platform, and that can also be distracting them on reading. So it says that people no longer prefer to read books. Instead, people prefer to engage on online reading. This is according to Nicholas et al. 2011. Another problem can be the lack of reading culture. A large number of students came from backgrounds where reading is not regarded as a recreational activity or practiced. And according to Pretorius and Lepalala, 2011, this lack of exposure and encouragement leads to lower level of personal motivation to read outside of the requirements of for academic credits. So most of the students will prefer to read, but only read for academic purposes. When it comes to reading for pleasure, they actually don't read. Now, book clubs have long been acknowledged as the most powerful instrument for developing a love of literature or developing love for reading, and also can improving comprehension and improve reading habits. They provide a cooperative, stress-free setting at universities where students can interact socially and meaningfully with text. Book clubs are a relevant and useful intervention to close the gap between academic reading requirements and fundamental reading motivation, as reading habit declines in university context, especially in under-resourced and multilingual institutions. This is according to Daniel 2002 and Long 2003. The research methodology that was used on this study. This study employed a quantitative research approach to investigate reading habit, reading clubs as an intervention towards improving reading habits at universities. Questionnaires were distributed to 98 students in the School of Education and also in the Program of Information Studies throughout the university. The data collected were analyzed quantitatively using the statistical package for social sciences, which is SPSS, and figures and tables were used to present the studies findings using the statistics, the SPSS. The reason why we chose the students from the School of Education and also from the Program of Information Studies was that most of these students are the ones that are supposed to encourage people or young people from reading. So we wanted to check if these students that have been given the mandate to go out and encourage young people to read, are they themselves reading? And the School of Education is the one that is involved in the teaching of teachers. And the Program of Information Studies is the one that is involved in the training of librarians. So those were the two professionals that we felt that have the responsibility to go out and encourage people to read. But the first thing that we need to check is, are they themselves reading? We're gonna do the summaries of findings. The finding of the study revealed that book clubs had a positive impact on the reading habits and attitude, and therefore increased their motivation for students to read. The finding of the study also indicates that book clubs can indeed use intervention strategies for improving reading habits of students. And furthermore, the result also shed a light on some of the potential factors contributing to the reading habit in universities. These findings of the study also raised awareness of the importance of clubs in improving reading habits of students. And we also felt that we can try to take this finding and implement it in other areas where people are not, or the reading habits are low. You might see increased reading habits in our communities. The study highlights several challenges in implementing book clubs, such as limited access to reading materials, lack of institutional recognition of reading for pleasure, and also funding, time constraints, and socio-cultural perception that may discourage voluntary reading. Now, from this, what we found out when we were doing our research was that most of the students were actually raising issues with regards to lack of access to reading materials. So they do have books in the book club, but you find that those books are limited. So most of them do not have sufficient reading material. But also most of the universities do not fund books for reading for pleasure, which is something that might actually encourage young people to also read for academic purposes if they are reading for pleasure. But there was also an issue of funding, as it was difficult for most of the students to be able to afford to buy books. And also book clubs are not funded in any way. They rely on donation, which is also a problem. But also the issue of time constraints was another problem that students raised as a challenge, where most of them were busy with their academic work, and to read a book will take them longer. Instead of spending more time on reading for pleasure, they had spent that time on reading for academic purposes. To realize their full potentials, universities need to encourage book clubs as legitimate forms of academic and personal development, provide space, funding, and formal linkage to students' academic support needs. In light of this finding, this study strongly recommends the implementation of reading clubs in universities as a means to improve reading habits of students in university. The study concludes that book clubs are a feasible and impactful intervention for improving student reading habits when implemented throughout, and it's supported systematically. And this involves things like your funding, the recognition by universities on the use of book clubs as a means of improving students' reading habits. This study explored the potential of book clubs as a strategic intervention to improve reading habits among university students focusing on the University of Limpopo. Based on the finding of this study, it can be concluded that book clubs can have a positive impact on reading habits and attitude, and therefore increase the motivation of students to read. The finding also indicates that book clubs can indeed be used as intervention strategies for improving reading habits of students at university, and furthermore, the result shed light on some of the potential factors contributing to poor reading habits at university. In light of this finding, the studies strongly recommend the implementation of reading clubs in universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Ms. Lebogo. I am going to open the floor for comments, compliments, and questions. Can we please have the roaming mic? Anyone? Any questions? Any compliments? Any comments? Okay, Prof, it seems like your presentation was well received and it was clear. There are no questions, and there's a compliment from me. And I would just like to appreciate your study, because as information studies and librarians, as information studies professionals, librarians and teachers, it's very, very, very much important for our students to make sure that they practice what they preach while they are still at school, so that when they go into the workplace, they are able to implement something that they have experience in. So thank you very much for that study. And we would like to thank you so much for your presentation. And the floor is also appreciative of your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we have come to the end of our session. We will resume. We will now take a break, and then we will resume the next session, which is session 8, with the theme of technology and literacy at 11:45. The speakers are uMhlathuze, Shange, Halala Biela, and Professor Glenrose Vigiani, as well as Lindelani Dlodlo. Please, may you be requested to send us your presentations now, so that when we start in the next session, we do not waste any time. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being a great audience. Man, it's my first time, so you can imagine, but you were so nice, you were so kind, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Colleagues, greetings, colleagues. Greetings, colleagues. Can I please have your attention? My name is Sianda Keswa. I will be driving this session. Here we are looking at technology and literacy. Technology and literacy. We'll have 2 presentations. After the 2 presentations, we'll then have a fruitful discussion. By the look of things, I can see people are very eager to discuss about technology and literacy. Do we all know grok? Grok. Grok. Grok has been abused here in South Africa. They are asking grok anything and everything. You know, so I thought maybe if I ask you, do you know grok, you will ask me to ask grok if he knows you. All right, without waste of time, now we're looking at technology, not at the grok's perspective. We are looking at technology with literacy. As we all know, we are about reading, we are about libraries, we are promoting reading. So our very first presentation will be exploring the impact of AI in comprehension reading among youth in 2 selected townships in KwaZulu-Natal. This is a collaborated work by uMhlathuze, Biela, and Prof. Gianni. Can the presenters please make their way to the stage?
Extending my greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Biela, and I am from the University of Zululand under the Department of Information Studies. My co-hosts are uMhlathuze as well as GV Gianni. Our study for today focuses on exploring the impact of AI in comprehension reading among youth in 2 selected townships in KwaZulu-Natal. And this is going to be our outline for the presentation. Reading comprehension is a crucial skill in academic success. It involves more than just recognizing words, but it means to understand, analyze, and also apply information. However, many learners in under-resourced communities continue to face challenges to limited educational material, language barrier, as well as lack of support systems. As education evolves in the digital age, AI has emerged as a valuable tool to assist both teaching and learning, from grammar checkers and summarizing platforms to personalized study materials. AI is changing how students interact with information. This study aims to explore the impact of the impact, effectiveness, and also challenges of AI tools in supporting reading comprehension among youth in KwaZulu-Natal. This study focuses on the youth in 2 selected townships, as I mentioned. Township A has a population number of approximately 5,837, with about 63% being youth. Township B is larger with around 30,922 residents, 63.6% of whom are youth. These demographics emphasizes the importance of exploring how education technology can support the development of such a large and vital group. The aim of the study is to explore the impact of AI tool in reading comprehension, guided by the 4 objectives: to determine the awareness of AI tools among youth, to assess pattern of AI tools for reading comprehension. 3, to evaluate the effectiveness of AI tools in improving comprehension, and also to identify the challenges youth face when using AI tools for reading. The central issue is the limited understanding and uneven use of AI tools in township schools. While AI is transforming globally education by supporting personalized learning, its integration in under-resourced communities remain inconsistent. There is a gap in knowledge about how youth in these areas experience AI, whether they are aware of it, how they use it, as well as whether it truly enhances their comprehension. We have the literature review is based on the 4 objectives that I just mentioned. Objective 1 looks at awareness. The literature shows that AI tools like summarizers, grammar checkers, and digital tutors are common in advanced learning spaces. However, awareness is unequal due to that youth in well-resourced environments are introduced early in the AI tools, while township learners may not be exposed at all due to the lack of digital infrastructure or teacher training. The gap in the exposure can limit how young people engage with available educational technologies. Second objective is on the usage pattern. Globally, AI is used for understanding context, language translation, as well as feedback. When technology is accessible, learners often use mobile or web-based AI tools. However, in rural townships settings, students may rely on shared devices or simple apps. The literature suggests that depth of use depends largely on access, digital skills, and how much AI is embedded to classroom practice. The third objective focuses on effectiveness. AI tools can personalize content, simplify difficult concepts, and also improve comprehension through interactive support. Tools that offer real-time feedback or summarize reading materials have been shown to improve and understanding. However, effectiveness is dependent on content usage. Students must engage with the tools meaningfully rather than relying on them to do the work. Objective 4, which is the last objective, talks about challenges like the lack of internet connection, low digital literacy, and language barriers. As most AI tools are optimal for English, there is also the risk of misuse, where students copy context without processing it. The challenges are more prevalent in under-resourced communities and could undermine the educational value AI is meant to offer. In conclusion, before I give my next speaker, the literature confirms that AI has the potential to transform reading comprehension for youth, especially through personalized and interactive supports. However, unequal access, digital literacy gaps, and limited awareness in township restrict that potential. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My co-author has already introduced me. I'm uMhlathuze, and I'll be taking you all through from the research methodology up until the recommendations that the researcher recommends for the study. This study used the positivism research paradigm and adopted the quantitative research approach. The study's research designs were surveys, and 20 questionnaires were issued out to 20 youth or learners who were randomly selected. And the findings were analyzed using the descriptive statistic data analysis method. And the findings will be presented using pie charts, graphs, and tables. The findings for the first objective, which is to determine the awareness of AI tools for comprehension reading among the youth, were as follows. When respondents were asked if they are aware with any AI tool reading reading tools. Majority said they are aware, majority being 90%, and the minority of 10% said they are not. And they were given a variety of options to choose from, AI tools to choose from that they might use, including ChatGPT, Google Band, Grammarly, and Qualibot. Majority being 45% said that they use ChatGPT or are familiar with ChatGPT. When they were asked where they heard first about AI tools that they use for comprehension reading, an equal number said they heard from social media and 30% said they heard from their friends or peers. The findings for the second objective, which is to assess the pattern of use of AI tools for comprehension reading among the youth, were as follows. Minority being 10% said they did not use AI tools for comprehension reading when they were asked if they use AI tools for comprehension reading. And then respondents were asked if, or how much they use AI for reading comprehension, and half of them said they rarely use it, and 45% said few times a week. When they were asked, what do you use AI reading tools for? They were given a variety of options to choose from, including summarizing text, explaining different concepts, generating study notes, improving grammar and writing skills. Most of them chose summarizing text and improving grammar and writing skills. And an equal number said that they use cell phones and laptops or computers to access these AI tools. The findings to the third objective, which is to ascertain the effectiveness of using AI tools for comprehension reading, were as follows. Majority of the respondents say that AI tools have significantly enhanced their comprehension reading when they were asked how it has enhanced their reading comprehension since using it. And when they were asked the benefits that they have experienced since they started using AI tools for comprehension reading, majority said it has improved their vocabulary and they can summarize content better. And then the findings to the last objective, which is to establish challenges of using AI tools for comprehension reading among the youth, were as follows. 90% said they do not face any challenges when using these AI tools. Even though 90% respondents say they have not encountered any problems when using AI tools, they, however, did select quite a number of challenges that were listed for them, which included lack of relevant content, poor internet connectivity, limited internet access, lack of knowledge on how to use AI effectively. These are the conclusions for the first objective, which is to determine the awareness of using AI tools. The study revealed a very high level of awareness of AI tools for comprehension reading, and these findings are similar to findings done by SAFAR 2024, where the study revealed that there is indeed a high level of awareness when using AI tools in schools. The conclusions for the second objective, which is to assess the pattern of use of AI tools for comprehension reading amongst the youth. The study revealed that the pattern of use of AI tools for reading amongst the youth is irregular and often task-orientated. And according to Oliphant's 2022 study, this sporadic usage reflects a broader issue of digital literacy and lack of structured exposure to AI tools within the education system. Conclusions for the third objective, which is to ascertain the effectiveness of using AI tools. The study found that AI tools play a significant role in enhancing comprehension reading among the youth in KZN townships. However, the level of effectiveness varied depending on the level of digital literacy and access to devices and internet connectivity. These findings align with the study done in 2024 that observed that AI tools can improve cognitive engagement when properly integrated into learning environments. And the conclusions to the final objective, which is the challenges. The study revealed that the top 3 challenges that respondents encounter when using AI tools for comprehension reading were poor internet connectivity, lack of relevant content, and inaccurate or misleading content. And this aligns with the study done in 2025 that also yields similar results, where students also stated that they have a problem where AI tools generate inaccurate content. These are the recommendations that the researchers recommend for the study. The first recommendation being To encourage the use of AI, awareness campaigns and guidelines should be developed and implemented to provide ethical and responsible use of AI tools among the youth to maximize educational outcomes while avoiding dependency. Because if we depend too much on AI tools, we lose our creative thinking skills along the way. Say there's a time whereby AI tools require payment in order to access them, and that time you no longer have any critical thinking skills or creative thinking skills in such a way that you cannot even generate an essay topic on your own. The second recommendation is to address challenges using AI tools. Schools and community centers should implement comprehensive digital literacy programs focusing on the use of AI tools for academic reading. High schools and university libraries should have more training and workshops teaching digital literacy for you to understand and use it effectively and responsibly. The third objective is to improve technology access. In this study, Township A did not have a library at all, and Township B did have a library. However, it was not technologically advanced. Efforts should be made to improve internet connectivity and device access in townships to ensure that all learners can benefit equally from AI reading support tools. The fourth recommendation, which is the integration into academic success. Educators should implant AI tool usage into daily learning activities and reading tasks to promote consistent use. We know that gadgets like laptops or tablets and games stimulate a child's mind. So why not incorporate it into education and have educational games on their tablets in order for them to learn while playing or having fun? Having subjects and modules that incorporate AI with comprehension reading is also a must. These are all the references that we used in our study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the presenters. You exactly used your 15 minutes. So I can see that you were using AI for your own benefit because your reading, your presentation was seamless and you did not waste much of the time. There is always a fear of the unknown. If you remember quite well, AI has been accused of killing our creativity in terms of thinking and all. But thanks to studies like these ones, because now they are giving us an awareness that no, if we effectively use AI, it will help us in the long run. Thank you very much for a very good presentation. I believe balance is very important. We just had a brilliant study from an academic institution about young ones, by young ones, because AI is mostly prominent and user-friendly to the young generations. Now, let us look at a community level now. At a community level, where we are looking at an action research, which will be reporting on exploring the impact of AI in comprehension, which will be looking at evaluation of digital literacy program to the local educators and unemployed youth in Mandeni Library. Mr. Lodlo, can you please come to the stage and unpack it? Indeed, libraries are growing entities. Who knew that library will be doing such programs?
Thank you, Chair of the session. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. With limited time, I'll just go straight to the presentation. The presentation outline, it's an evaluation of digital literacy program in Mandeni Municipality. Introduction, the problem statement, the objectives of the study, the brief background, bit of literature review, methodology, data collection and research findings, as well as conclusion. The fourth industrial revolution or information age has brought about new technological advancements in terms of reading, writing, and executing day-to-day challenges. Schools and public libraries are also compelled to move with speed towards the acquisition of digital literacy skills, as they are at the center of learning and development. Libraries have been traditionally centers for learning and information in the 21st century. They play an important role in promoting digital literacy. Sharma and other authors point out that there's still a lack of digital literacy skills among citizens. As we all know that Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 4 is education. In 4.41 of that goals deals with digital literacy. And it sets a clear target that by 2025, 60% of the youth adults should have achieved at least minimum level of proficiency in sustainable digital skills. The study the contribution of the study will serve as a baseline on how digital literacy skills should be offered in partnership with accredited agencies. The study will offer practical recommendations on how the digital literacy programs can be offered, working with schools, youth, and the youth. The study will serve as a model for public libraries and municipalities on how digital literacy program can be facilitated. This study will contribute to the body of knowledge of digital literacy, digital divide in semi-rural communities. The problem statement of it has been noted that Mandeni Library is located in Mandeni Municipality, and this is the only library that is offering accredited programs, Cisco accredited programs for digital literacy skills. Whilst then there is a growing need for digital literacy skills in Mandeni Municipality amongst the community, amongst the community, which is the youth and especially the unemployed youth educators. One of the problems is there is a limited technological infrastructure, which is the main barrier in rolling out this program. And whilst we have those barriers, there is an increasing demand from schools and unemployed youth to enroll for this program. However, limited resources becomes the main barrier. Two objectives: to assess how the program has contributed towards improving digital literacy skills to the educators, learners, and unemployed youth; to identify challenges that are associated with the rolling out of digital literacy program. Brief background of the study. This program started in 2021 with an aim of empowering digital communities in collaboration with National Library of South Africa, as well as Cisco Networking Academy. The rationale of this program was to increase the digital literacy skills training to underserved rural communities. Libraries are seen as ideal venues for bridging the digital divide, equipping unemployed youth, women, community members with job-relevant IT cybersecurity skills aligned with Cisco global certification standards. This program offers it's an accredited program from Cisco. It offers the following packages: basic information technology, digital literacy, cyber security, artificial intelligence and data science, programming, professional skills, communication for IT job readiness. To date, more than 150 community members have been trained, predominantly educators, school learners, and unemployed youth. Local principals have approached the library requesting the digital literacy training to local schools due to technology that has been introduced to schools by the Department of Basic Education. The program runs for a period of 3 months. As a way advertisement, recruitment is usually done in Mandeni Municipality digital platform where young people are found, and more than 500 applications, even more than 500 are normally received. I'll touch base on the literature review. The digital literacy, we must understand what we mean by digital literacy. Digital literacy is a group of life skills that are essential to possess for full inclusion and participation in digital media-driven, information-rich society. A nation is regarded to have digital literate citizens when the majority of the population are able to use diverse technologies appropriately and effectively to search and retrieve information, evaluate, interpret, understand the digital media information in relation to quality of information retrieved, create and generate new information from various sources. UNESCO measures digital literacy on the following baseline. One must be able to copy or move file or folder, finding or downloading or installing configuration software, using copy and paste tool to duplicate or move information within document, creating electronic presentation with presentation software, sending emails with attached files, transferring files between a computer and other devices, connecting and installing new devices, modem, cameras, printers, writing computer program using specialized program language. Libraries can offer digital training and workshops to help people to become more comfortable with using computer. Libraries are seen as alternative learning centers where digital skills can be offered. We all know that the education nowadays is very expensive. So there are those unfortunate communities who are unable to find funding for studying. So our libraries then bridge that gap by offering these programs, especially to the youth, to the unemployed youth, and those young people who were unfortunate not accepted by various institutions. The study method, this is an action research. It is a qualitative study, and it's used focus group interviews. It is a qualitative approach, and it used purposive sampling by choosing those who were part of the program, who benefited the program, and who have completed the program. In our interviews, it was found that the program has a positive impact. There were 2 schools that were interviewed in a form of focus group. This is uMhlathuze High School and Mandeni Primary Schools. One of the teachers said they were completely illiterate. However, this program has assisted them in preparing for their lesson. They can set question papers, they can deliver presentations, and they are no longer reliant on the clerk who will do copies and type for them. They can do it for themselves. And young people as well also commented that this program has assisted them. They're able to search online. They're able to do business online. They're able to do many things online, and they are considering enrolling further for IT advanced skills through this program. Well, notwithstanding the success of the program has challenges which can be summarized as follows: limited equipment and unstable connectivity, inadequate technical infrastructure, switches, routers, firewalls, which limits the ability to provide hands-on practical experience necessary for industry readiness. According to Cisco representatives, despite challenges libraries like Mandeni have made notable progress through committed staff and partnership. Limited space for conducting classes, learners who do not complete the program. Inadequate specialized equipment for technical courses such as networking, cybersecurity, IT infrastructure. Reduction of the grant funding from the NLSA made it impossible to continue supporting the program. However, some academies are operating such as Mandeni. The demand for the program offered by Mandeni Library Cisco Academy has steadily increasing each year. However, institution is struggling to accommodate this growing interest due to several critical constraints. One of the major limitations is a lack of adequate physical space, with a growing number of learners eager to enroll current facilities. In addition, spatial limitation, the academy faces significant technological and infrastructural challenges. The availability of equipment is severely limited. The existing internet connectivity is often unreliable. Moreover, the academy suffers the shortage of specialized equipment necessary for technical training in the field, such as networking, cybersecurity, and IT infrastructure. Another pressing issue is the lack of sufficient funding, and furthermore, the learner retention remains a significant concern. A number of participants fail to complete the program, often due to personal challenges, particularly those related to transportation. Many students face difficulty commuting to the academy on a regular basis, which directly affects their ability to stay committed and complete the full course. In summary, Mandeni Library Cisco Academy plays a crucial role in providing IT and networking education to the community. Its impact is hindered by inadequate infrastructure, limited resources, lack of funding, logistical challenges by learners. Addressing these issues is essential for the academy to expand its reach to improve educational outcome. Recommendation: more for this study and conclusion, more investment on technological infrastructure. Municipalities need to invest more in digital infrastructure in rural areas. Extension of the program to other libraries in order to respond to the increasing demand of the program. Establish dedicated computer lab for Cisco courses to ensure uninterrupted access. More funding from the DSAC and municipality to sustain the program. Increase investment in community tech hub with up-to-date equipment. Partner with private sector tech companies to enhance content certification credibility. Run awareness campaigns to boost community participation and emphasize the value of digital skills. I end by making a recommendation of what I call a stakeholder model. The stakeholder model where Cisco, NLSA, KZN Department of Education, KZN Sports, Arts and Culture, Mandeni Local Municipality, uMhlathuze College, and private sector, so that this program can achieve its intended objective, so that this program can make a meaningful impact to the community. Well, these are the photos of the graduates of these programs. They are seen here with the mayor, and this is how we advertise the program. This is an advert actually for the program, because the popular platform that Mandeni uses is Mandeni Facebook page. So this is how we advertise for recruitment of this program. These are our learners who have completed the program. They are seen with the Mandeni Municipality Mayor and the Ward Manager of Education in Mandeni region, which is Dr. Mtiane, and school and educators who participated to this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I please kindly request other presenters to come take the stage for easy access to the podium when they're responding to their questions? Can we please once again, give them a round of applause? I did not hear the round of applause. I only heard the noise from the top. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This should be in line with our applause, when we're applauding. The very first presentation highlighted the challenge of digital divide, and digital divide limiting exposure to AI. Now, I'm very excited that the second presentation was about the library, trying to bridge that digital divide, and again, providing a platform for literacy programs, which will enhance youth and community members in ICT skills. I hope you are taking pictures of the presentation, because there was a proposed model, and if your department or your organization happen to be on that model, you should start preparing what you're supposed to be preparing in support of the program. All right, let me not waste much time. Can I please have questions, comments, suggestions related to the two presentations? I will take 5 questions for this session, not to cloud the working memory of our presenters, so that they can still remember the questions. The first one being that side. Yes, second one this side. 3 more slots. Third one. Fourth one. Last one. Going twice, the last one. Okay. Okay, I'll have 6, so it's fine. It will be the last one. In that order, please. I hope you saw those who had their hands up. There will be a roaming mic helping us. We can start.
Sanbonan, thank you very much. My name is Sandy Lengiti. I'm with Puku. Thank you so much for the wonderful, wonderful presentations that all of you have just given. They give a very good baseline of what is possible, what could be done, what must be done. So I'm asking a very broad but hopefully critical question, that a lot of the work that is dealt with in this presentation, the thinking, the vision, and so on, also calls into question the agency for all of us to admit that having access to the internet is no longer a luxury. It is as important as access to water, health, shelter, and so on. And I would like to propose that we consider seriously through platforms like this to agitate quite vigorously for the rights of access to internet connectivity, no matter where one is. We don't have hotspots, for instance, in most of the Black communities. Because I represent the real, I'm thinking here about Black communities. We don't have hotspots, except if one is lucky to be close to a university and so on. And why in 2025, having internet connectivity in our communities is something we don't talk about. So when politicians want us to vote for them, one of the very, very, very strong demands you must make is that one of internet connectivity provided by the state. Thank you so much.
Good day, colleagues. Mine for first 2 ladies. I'd like to know what is the stand of the university in terms of artificial intelligence on academic papers. 2, do you find on your research any relation in terms of plagiarism or copyright? The second one to Mr. Dlodlo, how do you reach your deep rural wards in terms of your training? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come back and answer that, but I would like to thank Mr. Jojo for the presentation pertaining to public libraries and what Mandeni Library in particular is doing. And I want to know, at the end, you showed us the programs, and we saw the youth and school learners receiving at the end of the program. I want to know how you assess the effectiveness of those programs when the learners are coming back to the library. We saw that they have, if they complete, they receive certificates. But how do you, what else do you do so that you can see that the programs are effective for that? But I'm happy that Mandeni is doing such a beautiful, also beautiful programs, and I liked at the end the model that you presented, which could be applied across all other libraries, because we know now together that here we want the best for our youth in this summit. But thank you so much. Effectiveness. When it's time for response, I will respond on what you raised. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, just for those students, I think we need to compliment them for the work they have done, and also to present to us. The one thing I didn't get clear is, and I'm thinking through my mind, is to say, how do we use AI as a tool to improve reading? And how do you utilize yes, there's a danger in terms of and you express yourself on the danger, in terms of the overuse of AI. But how do you utilize it to improve reading and to, especially as a process to build capacity, knowledge capacity, where there is a lack of those capacities, but of course with those restraints which they have talking about, so that would probably be one of the key things. And then in terms of the presentation that was given, in terms of the library, the whole process for me is always important to look at how we digitalize, and the value that it gives, and how do we transcend the boundaries. And I think one of the gentlemen alluded to the fact of how do you go beyond the areas where there is a lack of accessibility, because, where we are at the National Library now thinking is to say, how do we take the library out of the bricks and mortar and transform it into the digital space? And what are the stumbling blocks, and how did you overcome those stumbling blocks? That would be important.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Mine, I'm partially covered with a certain question that have been asked about AI in terms of using AI tool in research papers. Can AI tools effectively assess and support reading comprehension in different age group? And can we
what are the differences in comprehension outcome when students use AI-powered reading assistant versus traditional method? Mr. Dlodlo, maybe what are the barriers do participants face in assessing or completing this program, if there are barriers, and what are improvements planned for the future? Thank you very much.
Last one for this round. Just next to you.
Good day, colleagues, presenters in front. My name is Nomangobo from eThekwini Municipality. Just want to firstly start by congratulating the speakers in front, especially the students, for the amazing work that they've done in terms of their presentation and all of the research that they've conducted on their topic, as well as Mr. Lolo as well for the quite impactful program that the municipality is currently running. My question, especially to the young ladies there in front, is that your topic is about the impact of AI and on reading comprehension amongst youth, if I'm not mistaken. So practically speaking, as a librarian, we've seen how especially learners, they like readily available information. If maybe a learner comes to the library, maybe they've been tasked with writing a book review, you know what they do? They rather just take a copy of the blurb of the summary at the back and go and present that as their book review, which means that readily available information, they like it. They like getting things easy. So now when we're saying that the impact of AI in improving reading comprehension, objectively speaking and based on your observations or qualitative analysis, would you really say that it could help maybe to boost reading comprehension of these young ones? Because from my experience, I know that the main thing that the learners will do will just be to grab whatever ChatGPT has taken and go and submit it for their projects. You know how they do it? They will do it in such a way that, you know, when AI gives you a response, that statement at the top where it says, this is what you asked. Were you satisfied with this response? They take that whole thing and go and submit it. So would you now objectively say, and based on observation, that AI is assisting in terms of boosting reading comprehension? That's the question to the group at the front. With regards to Mr. Dlodlo's presentation, thank you so much, sir. I love the fact that the libraries is conducting such an impactful program in your community in terms of boosting digital literacy skills. If I remember correctly, I think you mentioned that the program was, the audience was mainly teachers and students. So I just wanted to find out if maybe the unemployed youth, or if you intend of extending your program to the unemployed youth. And also in terms of the impact, because, you know, when people become literate, then they need to be able to use all those skills, or because you have deliberately capacitated them. So have you maybe have any kind of feedback that how do they go on about to use those digital literacy skills acquired through this program? Maybe also even in terms of boosting economic development, helping them in terms of getting employment based on programs that you are offering and the training that they have received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think we'll start responding.
Okay. Okay, with regards to the first question, which is what's the stand of the University of Zululand on AI on papers. I'll give it to Prof to answer the question because I only know about students as undergrad students that when we're submitting assignments, we submit it and then there's an AI tool, turn it in where it detects if we have used any AI tools or we have plagiarized whatsoever. So with regards to the publishing of papers and checking if they used any AI tools, I'll give it to Prof Gianni to answer because I have little to no information about it. Yes, Prof. Oh. And then with regarding to can AI tools effectively support reading in different age groups, I think it can. Like I said in one of the recommendations that instead of using those laptops or tablets and giving them to children where only you display cartoons, how about you download some games or some apps that teach English or isiZulu, or maybe have maths whereby a learner can learn doing maths via those apps instead of just giving them cartoons. So yeah, and then what's the different outcomes when using AI for comprehension reading and using traditional methods? Kids nowadays, they are stimulated by technology. When you give them a gadget, they are more excited. As you can see, they sometimes spend hours next to the TV. So when you give them something that stimulates their minds, they don't get bored easy. So if you use technology and AI tools, maybe where they sing along to alphabets. There's this show called Cocomelon. It also teaches and educates them about alphabets and constructing sentences. So it stimulates their minds. They don't get bored easily. And one can say that when you hear a song, it plays in your mind. So it's also the same way as them. When they hear songs about the alphabets, they can remember them. And growing up, we also used to do the same thing, singing songs about the alphabet. So using AI, it can stimulate their minds because nowadays they're exposed more to technology and AI tools and the TV. Yeah, my co-author will answer more questions.
Good day, everyone. Can I please firstly ask Prof. Gianni to first answer those questions and then I'll come in last. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. You can see that as we normally support students and allow students to listen to the question or comments and try to answer as best as possible to their understanding, because this is part of mentorship. We are not doing this as like doing it. We want them to be able to defend what they've presented, and I'm happy about that. Now I come in as the co-author or the supporter or the mentor. I want to first look at, so I'm happy that uMhlathuze, you just was able to respond. Can AI improve comprehension reading? We like she said, I think also this relates to other presenters yesterday. In my keynote, we talked about information and knowledge society, the 4IR, where ICTs, where everything is expected to be present in our communities nowadays, and especially in South Africa, 31 years after democracy. So we assume that we are able to do that because there are resources, although we know there are no resources, or limited resources, but we assume everybody have access. But when everybody has access, it is easier that way. We are saying as AI, because there was a question follow up talking about versus traditional, where are we? I'll come to Mr. UMhlathuze. AI and reading, we know that when you read something that has images, something that has games in it, it's part of reading. Instead of yesterday when the findings were like a certain significant number of youth said we are bored. They are bored when there is nothing that enhances their reading, or the material doesn't stimulate reading. So when there are images, it's better to understand. You look at I always say to my students, just provide the model or the theory first, then you discuss. When you are in the theory chapter, provide it, and then you talk about the construct that I can see. Maybe traditional. So instead of saying the study adopts or has adopted or adopted this theory, I want to see the theory first. Give me the image of the theory. In that way, when we see the theory, and then we can see how they are discussing the construct or this theory. In this way, this is how it. We want that. And with AI, when children or youth are reading, instead of becoming bored, images enhance their reading. So, you better understand when you see those images. So that is what the study found, to say, yes, we can safely say AI can assist in that one. Like the games, you better understand, and maybe it arouses interest to you to say, okay, instead of being bored. So yes, it can do that. But AI, using AI and versus the traditional way of comprehension reading, I think because now we want to improve reading with understanding, I think it relates to say, with AI tools, it is better to understand what you are reading. That is why I'm happy when we hear that public libraries are partnering with those that can assist in ensuring that users have access, so that they can go to this AI and become stimulated, rather than reading it in a traditional way where there's nothing that has images that can improve or interest them and improve their reading with comprehension. The moment you see the picture, you are able to, this thing looks like this, or this is better understanding. So traditional way of reading, yes, but also with AI tools, you are able to even understand and comprehend more. And even the way we pronounce, I remember the dictionary. We used to have printed dictionaries where we were shown, or they say, pronounce like this, and the dictionary used to say, pronounce like this, that way. Now we can even hear, we hear audio. So it is better to understand, and then, so for me, both those questions are thinking. But the stance, Mr. Mhlathuze, academic libraries, where do we stand? All I know is that it starts with supervision. As supervisors, we are encouraged, because AI is something that affects the portfolio of teaching and learning, the portfolio of research as well. So we are being trained. There are so many workshops on how to use AI for our teaching and learning, and how, especially because we are teaching these young ones who are really into the game, and how do we supervise using. In fact, the workshops are about you as the supervisor or the lecturer at the university. You must be able to see whether this is students' work. You must have skill. How do you have to see that this was a copycat, like you took and present. So if we can't, it's like the library teaching us how to search for information and then do insight correctly, insight in text citations. And we have to learn, and we are better off in this profession than somebody else who is not in this profession, because we learn about it. And so even here we start from there to say, we will look at your assignment. The assignment you submit online, and it comes to us because we've been trained or we are in the process of understanding the work of a student, the words of the student, you can see that this is not him. This is not Nduduzo. This is not Halala who wrote here. Somewhere else we should know about that. So the stance is, while strategic goal number 2 for the university is to lift that and use technologies, but we are equipped. We are in the process of being equipped to check for the words so that we know that was not plagiarized and so on. So we really have to learn, and we will improve in that one. And even in terms of research, now, when you are supervising or supporting students, they are not alone. So we try to be there to avoid just that, so that at the end of what papers they are presenting, at the end, that work is a proper work that has not been plagiarized. And we are trained how to, even for them, to avoid that plagiarism. When it comes to, lastly, who else? I think over lunch we can talk about that. But ChatGPT, which is a tool that is really common, we have to learn. All of us, we have to learn how to use it effectively. Effectively, and there is ethics that should be applied when we are using this, so that we do not steal other people's work, so that we also equip our students how to work around those AI tools and so on. So yes, it's work in progress. Thank you so much.
I hope now, Halala, you have very few to respond to.
Yes, I'll just add on, not like add on, but just just add on to what Prof has said regarding the question that says, how do we use AI tool to read? So there are apps like AI tools apps like Read Aloud. So maybe if it's a book, it's a digital book, and maybe there are words that you cannot pronounce well, you can just take the book and then you put it there on that app, and then it will pronounce for you like those difficult words, and you are able to understand them, like even the meaning of those words, what they mean. And also, as Prof said about ChatGPT, there was a question that said, I don't really remember exactly, but it talked about the children, like most of the students, they plagiarize. So we wanted to say that ChatGPT, you can tell ChatGPT what you want, and then ChatGPT will actually answer your question. And then for understanding, not just copying and pasting, but it's also about the institution, as Novelo said, that they are turning in apps that help you in detecting that was plagiarized. So I can just say that. Thank you.
I will just combine some of the answers because some of them are related. Well, I'll start with the issue of internet connectivity. Well, the issue of internet connectivity that was raised by my brother at the back, yes, it is a problem. Mostly in our libraries, we are faced with with poor connectivity, such that we've made our recommendation to IT department in our municipality to have an additional network, because the network that we use, we are reliant on on Department of Arts and Culture. But Mandeni Library, we've tried to secure two internet connection So when the KZN Arts and Culture Network is down, our municipality internet is working. Even in our mobile library, we have tried to provide the internet. It is always a problem, but we have got 2 rural libraries that are giving us a serious problem with internet. We've sat with IT and we've looked at possible solutions on how we can improve the situation. Yes, the program is directed to unemployed youth. The reason that teachers were part of this program, it came as a request from the principal of uMhlathuze High School, because that school was earmarked by the department as an e-learning school or a smart school. So when the school was earmarked as an e-learning school, there were lots of gadgets that were given to the school, but the problem, teachers could not work. Most of the teachers were computer illiterate. So we had to come and assist with our digital program. As of today, 90% of the teachers in that school are now computer literate. They are able to make use of those gadgets that were given by the department. And it's one of the things that we see that our program is effective. With the issue of certificates, these certificates are issued by Cisco. We also issue our own certificates for certificates of attendance, but that's issued by Cisco because when they enroll in this program, our program facilitator for this program enroll them through Cisco. That's where all the assessments are done, and after completing those assessments, the program will issue a certificate. So once the certificate has been issued, we do a formal program, which is a handover of certificates, where we invite the mayor, even the Department of Education, to be part of that program. So that's how the assessment goes. Well, I can say again, with the issue of young people, most young people have benefited from this program. There is one personal I know that is in duty now, is doing information technology through this program. So I can say the program is effective. Some of them, some got a job, got jobs in Mandeni, not around Mandeni areas, because now they are computer literate and they can use the program. Well, one of the compliments that we got from the teacher is that they can now do the certificates, their own certificates for award ceremony. They used to outsource that service, but now they are no longer outsourcing that service because they've acquired the necessary skills to do those certificates. And another problem that we experience, most young people, when they enter this program, they inquire about the stipend. They want the stipend for the program. So unfortunately, this program does not have a stipend. So then when we tell them that this program does not have a stipend, they slowly disappear, and those who come really, who really wants the program, they remain to the program. But the issue, because most of the program, especially those government-funded program, young people are given stipends. So now the first thing that they want when they start this program is does this program have a stipend? So we don't have the stipend, so we are unable to retain them. One of the solutions that we are going to do probably in the next financial years. In this financial year, what we've done, we've procured more computers because we see this program is becoming popular, but our equipment is limited, and our short-term solution, we are going to procure a separate park home, which will be used which will be dedicated for this program. This is our short-term solution. But other solutions of these programs, they need a long-term solutions. And that's why I call for partnership so that this program can be sustainable. How do we reach deep rural areas? Well, it is a program to us. as well. Because in my recommendation, in the recommendation of the study, we've said one of the recommendation we need to establish Cisco rural hubs so that we can reach, because Mandeni area, I'll say 70% is rural, and mostly the area is under the tribal authority. So it's so what we are doing for now, looking at the future, but it's not as I said, it's not a short-term solution. But we will need to establish at least mobile office and to train more Cisco accredited instructors if there's still that opportunity. Because the recommendation is we need to expand this program. If circumstances does allow us to expand the program, we will because for one to facilitate this program, he or she must be accredited by Cisco. You can't just take anyone to come and offer this program without this accreditation. So now we're looking at the situation where we have more people, especially our cyber cadets, get accreditation for this program. I think I've answered all the questions. Thank you.
Sorry, before you leave, can you please, there's one online here which comments your study, and it's asking about, where is it now? Okay, the library is doing a great job of helping school with resources access. How many schools do you service per year, per term or year? Do you train teachers on how to monitor utilization of books loaded by learners, or do you lock loans to schools?
Okay, well, our training is not really based on libraries, it's based on IT related. We gave them basic IT related skills. With how many, we've just started the program because of the limited space and limited resources. Our intake is very slow because this program is not it's a 3-month program, it's a 4-month program. Probably in a year we can train, say, about two or three groups. So it's not easy really to set a target and say we are going to train this year, we're going to train how many people, because of these challenges. And some of these things are hindered by poor connectivity because the class cannot proceed if the network is down. So that's the reality of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you please give them a round of applause? A big one. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Again, because, practicality is very important. Because of ICTs, we have a virtual community. So we thank you very much, those who are connecting with us online, and we appreciate your comments and the questions, and some of them have been answered already. Just to read a few, very interesting study, nicely done. The City of Cape Town Libraries have an active digital literacy program to improve the skills and open opportunities for all residents. So I think you can take notes from the City of Cape Town. Compared to SI reading tools, I think it should be AI. Compared to SI reading tools, I think audiobooks can assist more in reading with understanding because they don't allow the reader to proceed without answering all the questions based on the paragraph read. So we are also getting some tips. Thank you very much to the online audience. We added read aloud, read along book titles to our Libby service to assist with literacy improvement. Thank you very much to those who are attentively listening at online and also with the comments. It's not nice again to listen remotely, not knowing whether your attention is noted or not. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the audience who's on site here and your comments and questions. There has been changes in terms of our time. Now we should be breaking at 1 and we'll be back at 1:45. So I had opened just a session for questions. Unfortunately, Or maybe fortunately, you will have more time to ask questions and have comments over lunch. So because we are here on site and I can see the stations are already here, let me not waste much of your time. And thank you very much for attentively listening. My contract ends here. Thank you.
Okay. We are told the next presenter, Prof. Hoskins, is online, but there is a special. Students, please come back. Where are you going? Where is this young lady? I'm told there is a young lady here. I can't see the young lady. Mr. Mapile, I can't see the young lady. The students are, their students have gone out. Yeah. But I think he has gone out. Londile, are you here? Oh, Londile is here. Londile is here. Yeah. Londile, please come up, Londile. Yes, yeah. Londile, I'm looking at you. Oh, no, that's not Londile. Is that Londile? Yes, Londile. Oh, there is Londile. Colleagues, we have a surprise. Come up, Londile. The poet is here. This one. Come up. I don't know. I don't know about that. 1 second. This student is presenting tomorrow. But today, Lwandile Kumalo, this student from the University of Zululand, is turning 21.
So, I've taken the students Biolanda Nopex for promotion of reading.
Okay. Yes, happy. Okay, let's sing again. Happy birthday. Dear Lwandile, happy birthday. 21-year-olds, they do like this. A 4th year and final year, NQF level 8, going for masters next year. Yes. Yay! Thank you so much. I think all the best. We are wishing you all the best. Thank you, colleagues. Now the poet. The poet is Mr. Vusizwe Mvubu, Ngwelezane Library. Yay! Ngwelezane Library. Please just come here. Come here. There's something I want to. You, Miss Led. Where's Ngwelezane? Oh, come. This is your student. This is your colleague. This is very special. When you do, you have the Ngwelezane community here. But this one, you know, colleagues, when we breed, as we rise, as we mentor, you must know the mentors, hey? This is the mentor. Ngwelezane Library, this one. So thank you so much. Let us hear what they are going to say. This one especially. Yes, while you are here.
Sibingelela kakhulu kwifundisa zonke ikhona siyabingelela. Okay. Mfundo uyisibani esikhanye saze sakhanyisa nakwandlwana uyinkemba elukhali inhlangothi zombili ubani ongathi akakwazi na ungene engqondweni yomuntu kwakhanya uligugu emagugwini uligagu emagagwini ugiya uqephuze ukhiqize ubuhlakani ubani ongefisa ukuba isifundiswa ze besinde bethole ulwazi ebizwe ngesazi. Ngena entubeni umuntu omusha usibeke emathubeni. Impi iphakathi kokungazi nolwazi mayinqotshwe. Nansi inyoni emaphiko indize yafika nakwela kithi yathi cababa. Ngaphansi kwamaphiko ayo igodle ulwazi. Kwabomele ulwazi kufeziwe. Ofumane imfundo ubamba isikhali saphakade naphakade noma bedlula abazali kepha imfundo iyophenduka umzali yongena kudlula noma umhlaba uphenduka. Sihlangu sesizwe zonke sithi nembala kwakungempilo kwafika okuphelele. Yebo ililanga nenhlamvu yalo evele yaxosha ubumnyama. Emuva kobusuku obude imvula enetha noma ngubani ovumelana nempucuzeko. Isithandwa uthanda ungathandi iyohlale ikuthanda. Isithunywa esithumekayo esivela kwaNompumelelo. Mfundo sesiyazi njalo ukuthi wena uzalwa uNompumelelo. Umvubu the poet. Lo mhlaba ugcwele abafa bengawubonanga. Inhliziyo yami ngise kwanhliziyo ngise ngqondo yami jubalalisise. Imizindlo yami yona izosala imzukise. Ngqondo yami ngilobele sibalwami ngidlalele Jehova ngimamela uzungiphendulele. Nani bendle eminyama ze ningilamlele uma sebe ngilalele. Ningacabamanga ningiqambela amanga nimbizelo nongakangizwile kuthiwa zisekhona into zomhlanga kuwo lo mhlaba ogcwele abafa kodwa bengawubonanga. Ngimzulu uDaniel obeprofeti emendaweni engcwele ekhuluma ngawo lamanyala encithakalo. Kodwa izwi lakhe balishaya indiva kunjani namhlanje pheka ngoba mungalibamba iqosha awukho ezintweni awuphuza uyimpatha. Uyintombazana 16 years 17 years awuqomile awasilutho. Umama uganile ungenashende kuthiwa usukaphi siye khona. Bashaya iqepho 5 cm isiqubule esisha sabesifazane sithi phambili ngecleavage phambili. Bengizothula kanjani na ngoba zihushula izisu lucimile ubhaqa lesizwe. Nangi noshutha sewadlala ngegazi limsulwa umphefumulo omsulwa. Wakhetha ukuphi izinja ezinye ingane ezisezweni zezinja ezinye semaphezulu kwazo zangcwatshwe kusukoni nakuphela abaziyo. Mayedlula ngakhona ucika amehlo kodwa uyasho unembeza ngingumbulali. Kwathi angibuza ukuthi kaze yakho wayishonisa apho bangakubona ukhulelwe. Lo mhlaba ugcwele abafa kodwa bengawubonanga. Sezahola yeqolo ntambama siyophula iqolo. Isizwe simbiwe eqolo sishawe idolo. Namhlanje kuthiwa siqine idolo sikhohlwe kwayizolo. Ayi naphansi odondolo mina ngisuka khona mungakholwa volunteer ngibuza. Lento sebamuncukuhle kalamulaka sekhona ongayilamula esiyadlodlobala siyakhula njengehlumela sebethe ake wehlume nokhula Jehova zelumantise ngomsa wakho vele uyabona selomile. Phela lo mhlaba ugcwele abafa kodwa bengawubonanga. Siyabonga.
Hamba gwelezani. Thank you so much. This is what we do in our libraries and ubuciko lobu esesikhulume ngabo mangabe sifika lapha kuma public libraries. And I wanted to say this because that lady is not doing this only, but more, especially when we are sending our students for will. There are other things that public libraries. Ngiyabonga nje ukuthi khona umanager la ngiyamuzwa sekikizela ngazoma udlile yini misimcuni. You are here. So the libraries under your wing, they are doing very well. Thank you so much, Ingwelezane. So sizolindela ke nasesikhawini silindele nakuma mobile library lezo bakhona edlangezo. Thank you so much. We enjoyed that. Now, let us go to the session. I hope Prof is online. We have the speaker, Prof Hoskins. She is coming from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She'll be addressing us online. Prof Ruth, can you hear us? Colleagues, please share Prof's presentation. Colleagues at the back. Prof Ruth, can you hear us?
Prof Gianni, I can hear you.
You can hear
but
us.
I've got lots of feedback.
Please share Prof's presentation, colleagues there. Yes, thank you so much. We can see that. Please put it on slideshow from the beginning. Prof. Ruth Hoskins is from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She is going to take us through on the topic or on the title, on the focus, how the LIS curriculum prepares librarians to support the culture of reading in South Africa. She is the Dean of Teaching and Learning in the College of Humanities. Prof. Ruth.
Thank you so much, Chair, Prof. Gianni. Please, can you confirm that you have my slideshow in a presentation view? Well, good afternoon to everybody. It's a real privilege to be here today presenting at the National Reading Summit. And as Prof. Gianni has said, I'm going to be talking about how the LIS curriculum prepares our librarians to support the culture of reading in South Africa. In my presentation, I'm going to focus on 4 core areas, and I will look at the benefits of a reading culture. I will go into the South African context through the lens of the findings of...
Sorry to disturb you. Can you please make it a slideshow from your side so you can have a bigger screen this side? Thank you.
Okay, it's in slideshow view from my side. I have it in a... Maybe I need to stop sharing. Dr. Keshwa? I'm going to escape and I'm going to try and share again. I am sharing. Maybe I'll go for the entire screen option, because when I choose a window and I share, you're now seeing the edit view. Is that correct?
Maybe it's still coming.
Okay, can I now, if I now go into the slideshow view, do you now see the slideshow view?
Yes, but it's still not the biggest.
Still not as big. Okay, so it's taking up my entire screen on my side. Perhaps what I do, I will stop sharing and I will go to the edit view again, but I will increase the size in the edit view. 1 second, my apologies, colleagues. Okay, Dr. Keshwa, is that better?
Yes, Prof, you can continue. Maybe we can say, please continue.
Thank you so much.
There are colleagues online as well. Colleagues online, you are welcome back from lunch. Please let us allow Prof to deliver her keynote at this stage as it is. I don't know whether you can see it properly there. Prof, please continue.
Thank you so much, Prof. Gianni. So as I was saying, I will look at 4 main areas within the presentation. I will look at the benefits of a reading culture. I will then focus on the South African context, and it will be through the lens of the findings of the 2023 National Reading Survey. I'll move on and I will look at the role of librarians in promoting a reading culture. And then finally, I will examine the LIS curriculum and the importance of the LIST curriculum in preparing our librarians to fulfill their mandate when it comes to promoting a reading culture. So I'm quoting now from the National Barometer, which is really our key source when we look at the state of our reading culture and the health of that reading culture. And what we found in the 2023 summary report of the National Reading Barometer was that reading is seen as a source of power. And I think the analogy is such a strong one that is made by the report. And reading gives us that power to actually learn new things, to tell our stories, and to shape our futures. And it's about helping us build a stronger, more equal economy and a connected society. It improves our educational outcomes, our economic opportunities, our critical thinking abilities, our empathy, as well as our civic engagement and child and adult relationships. Now, this quote from the summary report really sums up the benefits of a reading culture. And unfortunately, what we know in our South African society is that many of us as South Africans are not realizing that power to change our livelihoods, to see a marked improvement in our economy and in our society. And we therefore really have to look at what the solutions are to improving and sustaining a strong reading culture. And I'm going to be arguing that it is through the work of the librarians and what we put into our curriculum that we can then ensure that our librarians and our libraries are going to be key in building a strong reading culture. So the key findings, amongst others, and I concentrated on the ones that are relevant to this topic, have been around access to reading materials, reading with our children, which is so important, the future of our society, and the role that libraries play in sustaining a healthy reading culture. And the findings were explicit in terms of ensuring that for us to have a sustained reading culture, our readers and our society and our individuals need to have access to resources. And a key finding was that among book owners within the individual homes, we found that a number of books at home is increasing. They are increasing, but still 63% of our households do not have a single fiction or non-fiction book in that household. And with regard to reading with children, while more adults see the value and the importance of reading, right, to their children and their kids, unfortunately, they still do not have enough resources at hand to continue with that. And again, 65% of our homes with children under the age of 10 do not have a single picture book. Now, these statistics are alarming. And coupled with this, we know that in 2021, the polls results showed that 81% of our grade 4 children cannot read for meaning in any language. Linked to this is the finding around libraries and their role. And so libraries are still very important places for reading, but we know that there are issues around accessibility for all. And while people use a library, there's still not enough people actually borrowing books from the library. What was really interesting in this report, of course, was the theory of change and how we're going to bring about the change we want to see in a healthy reading culture. So to sustain that reading culture, the report proposed the following theory of change, and it said that if we improve on the ability of reading in terms of the South African context, and we add that to ensuring that we have relevant access to materials in the appropriate formats and languages, coupled with the motivation from our readers, particularly our adult readers, working and reading to their children, we would be able to sustain and improve our reading culture. And if we got to the point of a healthy reading culture, the benefits of this would be an increase in reading, all right, and our reading behaviors would be normalized, which in turn would lead to an increased demand, all right, and that increased demand and a widespread demand within our society would lead to the supply of materials, relevant materials, increasing, as well as an increase in access and motivation. And ultimately, this would feed back into an improvement in our ability to read, and then the entire virtuous cycle would then be realized. And I think the theory of change is such an important one because it looks at who the key stakeholders are, what is the change that is required, and it infers how we would get to that particular change. The recommendations in the survey itself, again, around access to materials, if you look at that again, it actually foregrounds the role of the library, and it does make reference, of course, to our schools as well. And we know as librarians, our school librarians, our public librarians, and I want to add further and even argue that our academic librarians have to play a key role in bringing about the changes that we want to see to improve and sustain a healthy reading culture. With regard to reading with children, again, if you went through that, you will see that the library, again, is focused together with the role of schools and other key stakeholders, ensuring that there is reading being done with our children. And then ultimately, the recommendations around the libraries is about increasing accessibility, to promote libraries within our communities, to raise awareness around our digital services, to develop strategies to retain our young users as they grow older, to make sure that we are enticing our library users to actually borrow books, and then to collaborate with other organizations to ensure that we can distribute as many resources, at the same time improving on the literacy and the reading skills of our users. So let's focus now on the role of librarians in promoting a culture of reading. And I know that many of you can identify that without librarians, for me, I'm not saying this because I'm a librarian, that essentially librarians have a crucial role to play in promoting a reading culture by providing access to resources, encouraging literacy, and we'll unpack what we mean by literacy, including now AI literacy, and fostering a love for reading. So here are the key areas where librarians contribute to a reading culture. This is not an exhaustive list. It is just a foregrounding of the key areas in which librarians make a difference when it comes to sustaining a healthy reading culture. The first of these, as we know, is about providing access and resources, ensuring that we have a well-stocked library, and that library offers a wide range of reading materials all the way through to digital resources. Ensuring that our libraries are user-friendly spaces, they are comfortable spaces, they're inviting spaces, they encourage reading, and they encourage our users to actually spend time with the resources in the library. Our literacy programs, as we know, we have an educational role to play as librarians, and I listened to some of the discussions around the use of AI, generative AI, and what the role of the librarian would be. But essentially, librarians are all about making sure that we give you the appropriate knowledge and skills. So running our programs and workshops to improve literacy skills and ultimately to encourage lifelong learning. Secondly, it's about encouraging and fostering a love for reading. And this starts with the curation of how we actually put and we do our collection development, how we actually select and we choose the appropriate literature, taking into account that we have a diverse community and we need to promote diversity and inclusion, and our collections need to be reflective of what our community needs are. We also can offer these personalized services, often referred to as SI, where we guide our readers to relevant sources that suit their reading needs. And we're best placed to do that. Reading events, we know how important these are, even nationally, not just at the school level, but at the public level, and also even within the academic environment, where a number of opportunities and events raise awareness about reading and the engagement of reading, creating a sense of community. Collaborating with teachers, and one could argue this is educators as well as lecturers across the board, where we work in a collaborative environment within the education environment, be it basic education, higher education, right? Even within the public library space, one could argue that this is happening as well. And we want to integrate reading into the curriculum. And we do this to promote a love for reading amongst our students. And the link between the keen reader, the reading for understanding, reading for meaning, all translates to an improved academic ability amongst our users. The third way in which librarians contribute is through this building of an ecology for reading. And so we have to look at how we do promotion of literacy, where we raise awareness of the importance of reading as well as literacy. And we have to advocate for reading programs and initiatives. By engaging with our communities, very important, we use this to promote our reading and our literacy to a wider audience. And then coming back to this, creating once more a positive reading environment, where we're ensuring that our libraries or our media centers really are a welcoming and supportive atmosphere. There is this atmosphere where people feel comfortable from our communities to actually read and explore ideas. Sorry. And then the fourth way is the examples of our librarians' role in the reading culture, our role in storytelling. So important. I know the focus here may be the school library and the public library. Just forgive me for 1 second, I got a tickle in my throat. The literary discussions, okay, where we facilitate discussions around books and we encourage our readers to share their thoughts and their ideas around what reading they're doing. So this can also include our book clubs, and then research and information literacy, where librarians can teach individuals on how to find, evaluate, and use information. So this is the information literacy focus, but you'll see later on that I will touch on digital literacy when I speak about the curriculum as well as AI literacy. And again, the whole point about information literacy is much has changed, okay? And we know that we have all these changes coming along. We talk about 4IR, we have that to deal with in the library. The new thing that we're dealing with now is generative AI. But there's a reality. With generative AI, we still have to continue our information literacy programs. Why? When you're using ChatGPT, you have to make sure that our users have the necessary knowledge and skills to evaluate that information, right? To use that information effectively, and even to get to the point, if you look at Bloom's taxonomy, to synthesize and create new knowledge. So while we have generative AI, there's still a key role for our librarians to teach information literacy skills more so than ever now that we have our artificial intelligence tools. So let's move to the curriculum now. And a number of studies have shown that a strong library and information science curriculum is really crucial for fostering a reading culture, because this is where it starts. It starts with us when we are preparing that trainee librarian to dispense with their duties and responsibilities in terms of sustaining a reading culture. And so that curriculum, that higher education curriculum, should equip the LIST professionals with the skills and knowledge to actually promote reading and literacy. They need to understand the role of the libraries in nurturing the reading habits. And this includes developing cultural competencies and sensitivity to our diverse communities. That is very important. So yeah, the key aspects of a LIST curriculum that support a reading culture. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. It's a focus on the key aspects. There are other aspects, and I want to admit that up front, but these are key. The first of these is within your curriculum, you have to give them the knowledge and the skill around reading promotion. So this dovetails with the skills that they require when they go out to enhance and sustain a reading culture. And the curriculum must include modules on reading promotion, literacy development, and the role of libraries in fostering a love for reading. When it comes to understanding reading, this is very important, that the student should learn about the different types of reading materials, reading comprehension, and the importance of reading for learning as well as personal growth. My apologies, I just have a tickle in my throat. The second important aspect in terms of what should be in the curriculum is this area of cultural sensitivity, because we need to recognize that reading practices and preferences vary across our society. So our LIST professionals need to be equipped to cater to the needs of our diverse communities, and we have to promote inclusivity in terms of how we offer the service, as well as how we do collection development and what we have in our collection. It's very important. Skills and knowledge around digital literacy as well as generative AI literacy are going to be very important, coupled with information literacy. So the curriculum should incorporate digital as well as AI literacy skills, focusing on the ethical use of the AI tools, all right, showing the limitations within these tools. And these tools can be used, but we need to understand how the tool actually works, the high level of confidence, even if the information is inaccurate, the hallucination, okay, that is going on in how that tool is operating, and the ability to discern, right? So a key thing in ChatGPT at the moment is if you took the references of the sources, okay, that you were using, straight off, if you went and found those resources, you will find a disjuncture between what is being cited as an authoritative source and the information that is being presented. So information literacy, I remember when information literacy was so important and the ALA coming out with their definition that we all were familiar with around information literacy. We know that when web resources and the internet became important, I'm now giving away how old I am in terms of my age, we said how important it was to evaluate a source, to look at how authoritative a source was. This is now even more important within the scope of generative AI. And then finally, focusing on some of the, what we will call things that are not specifically related to reading, but are required from a practice perspective to ensure that we enhance and give effect to a sustained reading culture. So besides the content on reading and literacies, a good librarian has to have the necessary practical experience. So this means that when we send them out on their field trips and their work integrated learning, they need to go into public libraries, school libraries as well, and look at the promotion of reading and literacy and gain that necessary knowledge and skill during the training period. The second thing is focusing on the user and having a user-centered service, which is so important because a user-centered service prioritizes the user and their particular needs. And in doing so, also focuses on ensuring that that library is a welcoming and accessible environment for all. And then the one that we can never get away from is that as LIS professionals or librarians, we know that trends are constantly changing. There's new developments consistently. And even though we may have an initial training, we know that continuing professional education, bringing ourselves up to speed about what are the latest trends in reading, what we can do to promote and enhance and sustain that reading culture, always has to be there. So we consistently have to ensure, whether we're going through a professional qualification or whether we're attending workshops and seminars like we are now, we have to always do continuing professional development as LIS professionals. So I'm concluding now, and this is not a long presentation because I believe that I am preaching to the converted, that the LIS curriculum and well-trained librarians are one of our best weapons in improving and sustaining a reading culture in South Africa. And I think there's a call to all higher education institutions that are offering LIS programs. I know we've gone through trends and we've gone through many changes, and I had the privilege of training as many as over 4,000 with the help of Dr. Keshwa, teacher librarians at one point. And the curriculum focused a lot on many of the key areas in the LIS program. But we do see that in many of our LIS programs, we've tended to move away from some of these core basic, areas of specialization, and it's been sacrificed by a move towards digitization and the metadata focus, without saying what is our role as higher education in ensuring that we send out a graduate who can make a difference. And if reading is power and reading can improve the livelihoods of our society, then there is a role to ensure that reading is still a module and is still topical within the framework of what we offer. I can also say that I was part of the CHE committee that put together the standards for the 4-year Bachelor of Library and Information Science. And in terms of the knowledge areas, reading and literacy is covered. So it's incumbent on all of us who are offering these programs to ensure that we, through our curriculum, are training librarians to support those core areas that we've covered when it comes to reading, so that we are playing our role to ensure that reading actually gives power to our South African society and to the users, within the library system. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Hoskins. Thank you so much. We enjoyed your presentation, and it is linking to all other presentations that have been presented in the last 2 days. You were talking about reading barometer, and we think we are able to connect and see how us as librarians can contribute to reading culture when you've given us the barometer. And you also touched on literacy programs and the AI tools, digital literacy and generative AI literacy. So these are very important, and I think colleagues online and here, you can relate to this because other presentations have been done along this one. I would like to know whether we have any comments online and here, and then request that if Prof is still around, she will talk to that later. We would like to come to anything, to come to the ending of this session. Any burning issues? I know to eThekwini, but Prof cannot answer now because there's something that is pressurizing us afterwards. I note you. Okay, one. We have only one. Let us hear who is the person with the mic. Quickly, there, eThekwini, and please be brief before Prof goes away. Colleague from eThekwini Municipality, there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor. Quickly, as I've been directed, thank you for the presentation, for the address, Professor, on how is the LAS curriculum preparing librarians to support the culture of reading in South Africa. Maybe not completely, not to go out too much from your discussion, but I would just like to know if maybe there are any considerations from the curriculum developers in LIS to reconsider the issue of specialization in LIS sector. Because I think the other challenge that we have as librarians is that we are expected to be jack of all trades. When it comes to children's literature, you have to be an expert. Comes to adult literature, you have to be an expert. Now we are dealing with technology and the issue of generative AI. Even there too, also, we are also expected to be experts. So I'm just wondering if maybe we are going to get to a point where we will be able to specialize, to choose our specialization as librarians, so that we ensure that the service that we are providing is of quality, and that maybe, for an example, like the issue of promoting reading as librarians, if maybe your focus is strictly on children's literature, I think maybe the impact or the output there of a librarian would be more tangible compared to what it is now. So I guess my question is there a time where we're going to consider specialization in LIS? For an example, areas of specialization would be children's literature, digital librarianship, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I hope, Prof, you can have 1 minute to respond to that. But I want to say, when we are training librarians, in my experience is first degree, you take almost everything and you go and specialize at honors level or upper degrees. And that is why we have honors 501, 504, which focuses on children's literature, and others, and 503 and 508 in our case, where we look at technology related modules. So we specialize, but in the ground, we just take everything because we want to have basis on everything. But Prof, briefly, what can you respond? Is there a space for specialization, especially in the undergraduate four-year program, 3-year program, or what is your take?
Well, I first want to thank the person from the colleague from eThekwini for the really important question. Prof. Gianni has actually covered the question and answered it. So I'm concurring with what she's saying in terms of how we currently train. But I want to focus on continuing professional development and short courses, because it's not enough just to get the basics in place. And one does further specialize, and there's not enough people specializing in this area of children's literature and reading. I want to be honest with you. So while you can actually go on and do at the postgraduate level, the honors and the masters and even the PhD, become an expert in the area. And there are many people, as you would see, lots of people, I mean, I have a PhD candidate who's looking at sustaining the reading culture in the public school, library space. And you would have seen a lot of studies being done where people can specialize at the postgraduate level. But I want to say more can be done in terms of short courses as well, and credentialing. And this is where LIASA, if LIASA is here, we need to put in those short courses. So that's just another way of looking at it. And yes, I concur with you. We should be specializing and more emphasis on this area of children's literature and reading. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof, for responding. You are just spot on. Specialization, but you can improve on the job all the time. You add short courses. I know UNISA does that. We used to do that with sitters through UNISA and the center to add more, you know. But thank you so much, Prof. I think you've covered everything. There was only one comment that we have. Thank you, eThekwini. Can we please give a round of applause for Prof? Thank you so much. We are coming to the end of this session, colleagues online. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I am looking forward to more engagement on the chat, but we are going to the next session. Prof, thanks. I'm looking for the chair of the next session. While we are looking for the chair or waiting for the chair, there are bags that were given right now, green bags. Green bags. Students were, please come check. Students were distributing those green bags. I want to know, students, you were giving us. Please come through, lady. Come through. You were giving us that. Who gave you those to distribute to us? Can you say? Who? Mr. TJ CBC. Directorate Elites. Yes, that student knows that these green bags were given or offered to us by Mr. uMhlathuze from Ellis Department of Education. Yes, thank you so much. There is something there because we are saying, how do we improve reading culture? There is something there, so it's very important. Sorry, online, you couldn't get that, but I thank the students because they are always back up, you know. Thank you. You know the person who gave us, and you know that he's coming from the Department of Education. I like that with students. Enjoy that offer. Thank you so much. Next session, please. Yes.
Good. I think, can the panelists also come up? Mohammed and Mboyo, and then we'll start. And also, we just need to get our online panelists sorted. So Karen is joining as well. Karen, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay. Karen, can you just try one more time? We didn't actually hear.
Can you hear me now?
And I think if you... there we go. Great. Okay, then just allow me to get things ready. Karen, you can unmute until we're... We're good. Why can't I minimize Teams to get my slides up? Is there anyone from ICT that can help? Thanks. Unless I do that. Okay, no, wait, I think I've helped myself, yeah? Okay, good. I think we're all good. Everyone can hear me fine? Okay, fantastic. I'm hoping that everyone is going to be listening 100%, practicing your oral literacy skills, listening, and I really hope that we have an engaging discussion about reading resources today. It has come up time and again in the program, so I think we need to spend a little bit of time talking about what we mean when we say reading resources, and especially what we mean when we say access to reading resources, because there's a lot of conditions and people required to enable access. We're also a bit behind on time, so I'm going to try and keep it punchy for everyone. Okay, let me get organized. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Julia Norrish. I hope you can see me, kind of. And I am very honored to serve on the board of the National Library of South Africa since last year. I've also spent the last 10 years of my life committed to the development and publication and distribution of books to children, families, centers for learning, and a focus on the very young child and the adults who care for them. So looking across the spectrum. My passion really sits at the intersection of publishing, literacy, ECD, and social change and social development, because those are some of the very important points of leverage if we want to bring about social change and economic development. I've been lucky enough to present on work in that nature at numerous local conferences here, at previous summits, at the annual ECD and uMhlathuze and literacy conferences, as well as at the World Literacy Summit and at the Bologna Children's Book Fair in Italy. Before I introduce my esteemed panelists, who I'm really excited to chat to and ask some difficult and interesting questions around reading resources, I want to just take a moment to thank and applaud our host province, KwaZulu-Natal here. I think I've learned a huge amount about the commitment and the activity that is happening in KwaZulu-Natal around reading promotion and access to resources. So I want to just take a moment to say thank you and well done, and hopefully we can get better and better together. I also want to just point out, since we're talking about reading resources, that if you haven't already looked at the exhibitors in the hall, so take a look at the books that are being displayed, because there's amazing work being done by commercial and non-profit publishers, by various people in the sector, and it deserves to to get its day. So if you could take a look at the reading resources and find out how you access those during your next break. Okay, let's move on to our panelists. First online, I'm not going to swap to Karen, but you saw her face pop up for a second, so I'm not going in the order I put it on the slide. But Karen Ross is the head of programs at the Mkhulu Trust, where she oversees early childhood development initiatives, including the Dialogic Book Sharing Program, and hopefully you'll know what that is by the end of the program session, if you don't already know. She has extensive experience in education and social development and is passionate about turning evidence-based research into practical tools for parents. Her work supports Mkhulu Trust's mission to empower parents as their children's first educators. Think what a powerful message that is, and fostering a systemic and community-driven approach to early childhood development and onwards. As head of programs at Mkhulu Trust, she continues to champion holistic child development through their programs. Then on our stage, very nicely to have kind of live in the flesh panelists as well, we've got Nomvuyo Lorato Mzimane, and she is a school startup specialist and award-winning educator and multimedia edutainment expert, a career spanning over 3 decades in over 20 countries. You don't look old enough to have that as your background, but I trust that I know that it's true. She's known for her work on children's television series like Takalani Sesame, and she works for an organization that takes secondary school students to the US for a year to kind of foster cultural and intellectual exchange. Her societal interests include African literature and languages, so very relevant to what we're talking about, and cultural activism, especially around educational entrepreneurship and social justice. She's here representing the Puku Children's Literature Foundation as one of her hats, where she volunteers as a critical literacy expert, running workshops that center books for the young African child. Then our last panelist, because I don't think we could fit more expertise in this room, is Mohammed Karwa. I think I said that mostly correctly. He did speak earlier. If anyone was there, I think you'll have an idea of who he is and what he's passionate about. But what I can say is he's an advocate for education, literacy, and freedom of expression. He's a senior executive member and a former president of the South African Booksellers Association, a really crucial player in the industry if we want to get reading and literacy right. They represent over 80% of the industry. Mohammed has spoken at international forums, including the World Expression Forum and the Durban International Book Fair. He's led national advocacy efforts, including engagements with government, higher education bodies, and NSFAS. So, thank you. If we could have a quick round of applause for our panelists, and then we're going to get going. Thank you so much for being here. Before we delve into questions, I want to ask everyone to allow me to, I think when we enter a topic, especially after we've had a lot of information over the last 2 days, I just want to set the scene in terms of this particular topic and this focus area. We are talking about reading resources in particular. I've got very few slides, but I do just want to set our minds in the right kind of location, and then we're going to move on to some questions. We'll probably get to dig into some of these topics. Why can't you see my screen? Yeah. We'll probably dig into some of these topics with the relevant speaker who's most expert in it. And if you have any questions, please do think about what you'd like to ask our panelists at the end. But I think when we talk about reading resources or reading materials, I've heard a lot of people over the last 2 days say that we need to increase access to reading materials, or we need to create more or new reading materials. All of that is true, but the publication and existence of materials is a first step. It's a necessary component, but it's not the end answer. We need to make sure that those materials meet the readers. And if those people are not readers yet because they don't yet know the power and magic of reading, we need to get it into their environment so that they experience and they know what reading is and the joy of reading, and then you create demand. There are many industries who are very good at doing that, that are pushing products much less valuable than reading and books. So we know what we need to do, and intermediaries in the distribution players play a very important part, but it remains a big challenge. So you've got your producers, you've got the people who mediate, and you've got your consumers. And I think when we talk about access, we need to remember that there are a lot of different people who play a role in enabling access, and there are a lot of different conditions that are necessary in order to enable access. And we heard really nicely from the previous speaker about the National Reading Barometer that gives us a sense of how that's going. But basically, I want everyone to understand here, or I wanted to emphasize that there is this value chain in terms of books and reading and literacy. There are lots of different players. And what that means is there's a lot of room for partnership and collaboration, because to play this full value chain from author to consumer is too much for any single entity. So how can we look at what happens and what's necessary on each of these steps, and how can we work together so that the consumers, or I would prefer to call them readers, have the best experience in terms of access and choice of reading material. So there's just a bit of commentary there around what are the conditions for access if we're being serious. And I'm going to ask Mohammed a question around that. I'm not going to go into this, but I'm happy to share my slides afterwards. There may be some people in this room who are skeptical about the impact of simply increasing access to reading materials. And when I say reading materials or reading resources throughout this session, we're going to assume that that they're high quality, really engaging, you want to read it, and part of what makes that true, if someone wants to read it, is that they are relevant, often should be in the language someone is most familiar with or most wanting to read in, and that the content reflects and is of interest to the reader. So we're going to make that assumption throughout the session. And basically there's a ton of research and randomized control studies and multi-country, multi-year studies, and your meta-analyses that have studied other people's studies, showing that when you increase the proximity and the abundance of those high quality, interesting reading materials, children and adults, but we're looking really at children because they concentrate the impact more. You see the impact more obviously because they're developing faster. They do better. They are more orientated towards reading. They seek out reading opportunities. They're more likely to join a library. They're more likely to do better at school. They're more likely to have socially emotional relationships that are stronger. They can self-regulate their emotions. They have better job opportunities and prospects when they're older. So yeah, the PIRLS results, an analysis of the PIRLS results. Everyone talks about the headline, which is a bit doom and gloom, but if you look at the PIRLS results, they look at so many measures, and it showed much higher scores for children who had reading resources at home and children who were at a school that had a school library. That was across your languages, because there was disparate performance across languages and across provinces. So increasing access to materials that children want to read and showing them the magic of it resulted in higher reading achievement, even if they were in a low performing province and in a language group that was lower performing. It's a huge opportunity that we have to change how things are. Thank you to the previous speaker, and the next session is on the National Reading Barometer. If you don't know about it or don't consult it on a weekly basis at least, then this is like a gold mine for you, and I hope that it adds a lot to your work. Basically, the barometer looked at the entire ecosystem and said, okay, what is working, the ecosystem that we need for a reading culture to function. So that kind of value chain that I showed you from beginning to end, what's working, where do we need to improve? And particularly in terms of the reading materials access, they looked at the presence of libraries and community, the usage and satisfaction. They looked at publishers. How many publishers do we have? Do we have sufficient printing industry and the kind of ICT infrastructure to spread resources, get them to the users? They looked at the presence of books in homes and the use of free reading materials like Nalibali, like Room to Read, like Smart Start, like Book Dash, like WordWorks, like Shine. There's a wealth of availability, but if people are not using it it's not accessible in terms of what we actually want to achieve. And then even things like the cost of data for digital access. Is it an enabling function, or is it constraining our access? So really incredible results, and it's going to be repeated so that we know where we are, because we need to keep testing the waters to see if we're improving these things. But you can see in the little chart that where we are in terms of access is about 22% enabling factors, 44% emerging, with promising stuff happening if we can just work more together, fund it better, and kind of get it across the line. It's looking good. And then 28% constraining, needs a look at. And that could be policy, it could be infrastructure, it could be how things are managed. So do have a look at that. And then I'm just going to, before I stop talking, because I'm sure you're all a bit tired of me already, I just want to talk about ECD. It's been mentioned here and there, actually quite a lot, which I'm very happy about. And I think when people say, why focus on ECD, they're not saying at the expense of other age groups. But if you are, let me say one thing first. I know there's some typos on this slide because I did it quickly when I realized that maybe it was worth expanding on why it makes sense to focus on ECD. But I shouldn't make excuses for my own typos. But anyway, I want to just define for a second what we mean. Early childhood development, we often talk about ECDs and ECD centers. So it gets understood that ECD is the center where children go. Yes, it can mean that, but it actually refers to the period of human development from conception, so when you're still in the womb, but often people think about from birth to 5 years old, preschool, pre-formal school at least, because ECD is now also a function of the Department of Basic Education, which is great. Sometimes it extends up to 9 years, but really we're looking at that preschool from birth to 5 years old period. The care that we give children in this period, in many ways, and again, super evidence-based and lots of studies, shapes their entire future prospects and their well-being. It sets them on a path in one direction, and it's quite difficult to change that path later, and I'll show you why. It's holistic, which means it's not, oh, the child is now learning, oh, the child is now playing, oh, the child is now eating or sleeping. It's all interdependent, because at that age, it's all supportive or kind of destructive, all those processes. It's also sometimes called early childhood care and education, ECCE. I've seen that used a lot more on the international stage at the moment. If you just look at this graph for a second, this is conception here. I don't know if you can see the first little blocky is conception. Then we've got birth all the way over here, 1 year old, and then it goes to adult, 18-year-old. So it's not this is not an even period, and they've done that on purpose to show that you've got your sensory pathways, your kind of body awareness and how you experience life. They're developed almost before birth. This is in the brain development, right? Language, before a child is 1, or when they're around 1, is the peak of their language development in the brain. So before a child can learn to speak, they have maximized their language development. They are listening all the time. They're thinking before they can speak, because you only learn to speak once you've mastered muscle control of your mouth and the lips and the tongue in order to make sounds that other humans can understand and translate into meaning. And then your other kind of cognitive brain functions come later, but still peaking kind of in the very early years. And if you said to any investment specialist, okay, do you want to invest here on the curve before all of your returns go up and you make a lot of money? Or do you want to invest here, we're already only at 1 year old, or would you like to invest here on this slope where the rate of brain development, so your opportunity, is decreasing? It's not impossible, definitely worth doing still, but this is why people are so passionate about ECD, because we can use the same amount of resources, and science shows it will have a higher impact and return if we do it earlier. This is just a graph showing the kind of number of neural connections in a newborn, 1 month, 9 months, 2 years. Look how many, and then an adult, not many more. So that's, and this is a graph showing your kind of return on investment. So you might hear us talking quite a lot about children's, that the panelists can't see, but basically the blue line is the brain's ability to change in response to their experiences over age, and our brain's plasticity, or how much we can respond to what we receive, decreases quite rapidly. As you can see, you might even have personal experience of that. I know I do. And then the orange line is how much effort, so funding, resources, people, campaigns, like how much effort do we have to put into change as people get older. So you might realize it's much easier to learn a language when you're younger, for instance, than when you're older. So that's where I'm gonna pause and close. I just wanted to set the scene in terms of before we go into questions. And I'm hoping that Karen is still here and hasn't decided to leave. No, I think I can see her. Okay, good. Okay, I wanted to first ask the panelists, is there anything you want to say urgently in response to what I've said? Otherwise, we'll kick off with the questions. Karen, I think raise your hand if you want to chime in, and I'll give you the go-ahead.
I just think in the interest of time, we should just jump right in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Karen, anything from you?
No, all good with me.
I am tracking time, and I've given us 45 minutes instead of an hour, so hopefully we can make up a bit of time. The first question I want to ask the panelists, and we'll come back to this at the end, hopefully we'll have time, is just to think about, as we're going through the other questions, what is your favorite memory or experience? It could be your personal experience when you were a child or with a child, or a professional experience that relates to reading resources. So particularly around a material, could have been online, it could have been in person, but what's that one of the standout experiences? And again, it could have been your personal, you could have been a child. If you're ready to answer now, fantastic. If you want to think about it, we can also come back to it.
I think for me, I grew up in Pietermaritzburg, and every Saturday, as my parents went to do their shopping, I would go to what was then the Natal Provincial Library, so the one right there in the city center. I think it's now called Bessie Head, if I'm correct. And my parents would kind of leave me there. And the memory that I take away is the fact that I loved Robin Hood. And my dad made the effort of going through every book that they had. And it got to the point where when we'd walk in, if there was a new Robin Hood book, the librarians would kind of, hey, okay, here you go. And my dad used to read me those books. And it's the love for reading. It's the whole experience of having time with my dad. And yeah, I don't always think about it until something happens. But it is that engagement. And I think for me as a child, that's some of the best memories that I've got.
For me, it was being blessed with a family that's enormously literate. And I mean that orally and in written format. And so my grandparents, both grandmother and grandfather on both sides, had an enormous tradition of storytelling and in multiple languages. So I grew up listening to stories from my paternal side and my maternal side in multiple South African languages constantly. And my grandparents would almost tag team this. So the introduction to the beauty of words, to the power of words, and the connection that that story and words were about love and affection are very strong and powerful in my upbringing.
Thank you. And Karen, to you, I've moved away. I want to sit with the panelists, so I can't quite see you. So I think just unmute when you are asked a question. Thank you.
And one of my clearest memories was sneaking out of school at the age of about 7 or 8 and going down to the library in Bedford in the Eastern Cape because I was desperate to get more books. And the librarian telling me that I had to sign up as a member. And then she discovered that actually I was signed up as a member because my mum had signed us up years before. But yes, just a passion for books and finding every opportunity, including reading under the bed covers at night with a torch so that my parents didn't know that my lights were still on. Yeah, books have just been my passion forever.
Hello? 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 Can hear me 3 times. I think, how quickly people were able to think of something is amazing. It shows you the deep kind of seatedness, and it starts to define our identities, reading and books. And I was talking to one of the exhibitors, I can't quite remember which one, who was saying, wow, it's so interesting talking to all the people here. People who read are clever, hey? And I just think, yes, you can reach for and you can communicate what you want to say because you've had so much exposure to stories and language in different ways to express yourself. And that power in today's world of being able to express yourself well, I think is basically an invaluable gift. Okay, onto the kind of content questions now that we know what makes all of you you. Mohammed, I want to start with you. When we look at the system and the role players that I was talking about earlier, and apologies that you couldn't see exactly what I put up, but it's a familiar landscape for you. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on what's working well. I'm a positive kind of person, so I look at challenges as opportunities. But what is working well in terms of the relationships and partnerships that you've seen in terms of commercial channels for book distribution and access to books, because the commercial role players have a massive role to play. I'm 100% on board with you. Like in any other sector, we need sustainable business models. So yeah, what's working well, relationships, partnerships, and where we could do better, I suppose.
I think the fortunate thing is that South Africa's got a very strong history. You start off with publishing and book selling, and I don't think people always know this, but I actually learned it a couple of years ago. Juta Publishers, the wife was actually the sister of Karl Marx. Des Kapital, Karl Marx, yeah. So it was a family business, it was husband and wife, and they came down to Cape Town. And so when we talk about our history of publishing and of writing, and from a commercial perspective, it starts with a very, very long point. We have had in the past one of the most thriving and active and vibrant publishing industries in Southern Africa. It's existed, it's been there, and that's a good foundation. And unfortunately, and maybe this is the negative side, is that we are not protecting it, we're not feeding it, we're not nurturing it. And yes, for all of its flaws, and I mean, I look at the transformation issues, and when I entered into the industry actively about 20 years ago, and we went to the conferences, I pointed it out and I said, look, the people in this audience are almost exclusively pale, lots of female, but pale female. We need to start transforming it. But you can't transform when there's no interest. So we've had hundreds of booksellers come in. I mean, I know there's a chap who was a university student who started off a bookstore called Pimp My Books. And he was selling them at university. He started a bookstore. He had 4 stores. He was, I think, a BCom graduate. And he got to a point when he said, but I can spend a lot less effort, make a lot more money in another industry, and he shut down his bookstores. Now that's the person who was transforming the industry. That's the black person who was going into bookselling who said, maybe I can spend my time somewhere else. So we want to talk about transformation, and we want to talk about driving the content, and we want to talk about increasing the home language reading and content. But you can't do that if nobody's actually giving you an incentive and it's not actually a viable industry. And that's the big concern. And then we keep on trying to drive things and around the idea of, well, you know, let's give it away, let's make it free. Somebody's paying for it. I made this point repeatedly talking to students, because we talk to lots of SRC students. There's no such thing as free education. The people who fought and said we want free education, what they fought for was public funded education. The only thing that's free in the world at this point in time is the air we breathe. Even the water we've got to pay for. So we've got to recognize that there has to be a flow of funds. There's got to be somebody who pays the school fees for even Julia's work. You know, she's got to pay school fees and medical aid and the rest of it. She can't do this without there being a flow. And until we take that reality, until we start looking at not just the book selling industry, but I think the South African problem, whether it's healthcare or whatever else, we have to start thinking of this from the perspective of how do we reward the people who create the content, who enable it, who distribute it, down to the courier. There's a lot of change that has happened and is happening in many, many different ways. I can send a book off next day to Johannesburg. I can, you know, we've done that. We can get things halfway across the world in 3 or 4 days. So even our content that we create is accessible to the world. But we're not doing it from that perspective. We're just kind of chucking it out there and expecting it to just kind of find its own way.
Yeah, thank you. I think that point of value exchange is really important. What am I swapping for what? And does the person who's receiving it value it enough to give their time or their money, or they spent time earning money? And we need to get that right. Distribution for free, for me, I think can be a catalyst to creating demand, because you're exposing people who might not have gotten exposed, but then you need to say, okay, how do we sustain this? So really interesting perspective, thank you. Nomvoyo, on the point of, I was talking about what does access mean? And you can put a book, right, you can deliver it to someone's door or in their hands, but if it's not a book that speaks to them or represents them, or that they relate to or feel validated by, then is it really accessible by them, especially around barriers to language? So I think I wanted to know what's your view, what's happening to promote this kind of representation? What are your thoughts? Where do we need to do better? Opportunities for partnership, or your thoughts really on that as a point of access and currently a bit of a barrier?
So we're in a situation in South Africa where only 2% of children's literature are published in an African language. And I know Mohammed is quite right. There's been a lot of effort and attention over the past 3 decades, but we still sit with enormous underrepresentation. And even within that 2%, it's not simply a question of the language. So just because a book is in isiZulu or in Sesotho does not make it representative of African culture and African languages. And we see this significantly with books that are being translated. So it's either the quality of the translation is problematic, or it is that it's the wrong book that was translated because in the English or the Afrikaans, it actually represented a different culture and ought not to have been translated. We also see it in the power of origination. When children's stories are written in the African language, there's, we've observed, we've seen, we've heard parents, educators, even children respond significantly to it. So I think the nugget, the nut that we haven't quite cracked is the notion of flooding the market with books that represents children, not just that the image is black, not just that the language is theirs, but that even the story is spiritually something that they can connect to, something that they recognize. And those stories are not written. A lot of fantastic efforts are being made. You know, the plethora of organizations that try to produce books that are quote unquote free, Mohammed. But the people in that room don't look like the children who would like to be able to read, or they tell stories that are still foreign, irrespective of whether you're a South African. And so the feedback we often get from the work with the Puku Children's Literature Foundation is exactly that. The other thing I think that's kind of missing is that the notion of literature has been absorbed to mean written literature. storytelling has kind of fizzled, and that's so unfortunate because that is the accessible form of literature. That's inexpensive. That's something that produces vocabulary, which is what you want as a classroom teacher. And I'm a qualified primary school teacher. Is that you want children who know a lot of words, and it doesn't matter the language in which those children know the words. And so for me, the representation is pretty dynamic. Accessibility is pretty dynamic. But there's a myopic view of it, and that's what we end up hearing in wonderful summits like this. But we've got to expand what we mean, because that becomes authentic, and that's what our people are looking for. I work in children's television, and it's the same problem. Our viewers want things that are more authentic, and we're not giving them that. We're copying US stories, for goodness sake. We're mimicking the UK. We're trying to translate something wonderful from Finland. It's not us.
Sure, there's so much I want to follow up on, but I think it leads so nicely to the question I have for Karen and Mkhulu, whose work, it represents a lot of people who are in the ECD sector or ECD champions, of the parent being the child's first teacher or first educator. And I love what you said about oral storytelling being accessible and maybe truly free. Maybe the air is not the only thing. Actually, our stories and our ability to speak, and I think getting parents to understand that they have inherent value as their children's caretaker and the person probably who loves the child the most. And we say parents, but we mean grandparents or whoever the primary guardian is, and siblings as well. And that they can really boost their children's academic prospects and economic prospects by giving something as free and simple and maybe unacknowledge the value of as telling them stories from when they're very young. So I think that's such a lovely, lovely point, and we can really hone in on that as a strategy for access. So Karen, you might want to elaborate on some of what I might have not said as well as you could. But basically, I want to ask you, like, what's up with parents and babies and reading? Because just tell us, pretend we're all none of us are experts in terms of why and how does it help to promote in-school reading results if you read with your babies, and what's up with wordless books as well? Because can you read a book without words? I want to know from you.
So at Mkhulu Trust, we believe that reading begins with connection, and the research backs this up. So relationships drive learning. So when we talk about early literacy development, we're talking about relationships. And the most powerful predictor of a child's future reading success isn't only the number of books in the home or even the parent's education level. It's the quality of those early shared experiences between a caregiver and a child around a book. And you mentioned, Julia, that the language part of the brain, the development of that part of the brain peaks at about 10 months old. But during those first 1,000 days, children's brains are developing at an extraordinary pace, forming over 1 million new neural connections every second. And these connections aren't built in isolation. They're built through what researchers call serve and return interactions. So when a baby points at a picture and the caregiver responds with enthusiasm, language, and connection, that's brain building in action. So what happens when we share reading materials? And when parents and babies engage with a picture book, for example, something magical happens because language explodes. That back and forth conversation that naturally occurs during sharing a picture book exposes children to far more words and complex language structures than they encounter in everyday conversation. And research shows that a picture book, there's far more interaction between the caregiver and the child than if the parent is just reading a story. So there's active engagement on the part of the child, and those serve and return interactions that are so crucial for brain development happen far more often. Additionally, what happens is you have emotional bonds that strengthen emotional bonds.
If you leave with anything today, it's the emotional bonds. I think we're back, Karen. You can start. Back, Karen, you can start. Back,
Yes.
Karen, you can start. Back, Karen, you can start. Back, Karen, you can start. Back, Karen, you can start.
Clearly, IT thought emotional bonds were important. So, yes, those emotional bonds. Children who feel safe and connected are more open to exploration and discovery. Then that whole thing of turn taking helps with social skills developing. So even with the youngest baby, shared reading involves natural turn taking. So the caregiver talks, the baby responds with sounds or gestures, and the caregiver responds back. And this is the foundation of all our future social interactions and communication. Additionally, attention and focus grows. So in our fast-paced, screen-filled world, shared reading offers precious moments of sustained focus attention between a caregiver and a child. And this ability to focus together on one thing is crucial for later learning. So the lasting impact is that children who experience rich relationship-based early literacy experiences don't just become better readers. They develop stronger emotional regulation, better social skills, and more resilience, especially brain resilience, because it's helping build brains. And they learn what books and that books and stories are sources of comfort, connection, and joy. And the nice thing about wordless books is that it allows for even caregivers who are not literate themselves or don't have a high level of education to be able to interact with their children around stories, around books, and can have a profound impact on the child's brain development and later success in life.
Yeah, I think I'm back. And just to demonstrate, if you haven't seen a wordless picture book, it basically, this is one of Makulu's books. You can access them from them. I'll leave it at that in terms of how best to do it. The website's Makulu Trust. And it's a beautifully, fully illustrated color picture book that tells a story, but there are no words in it, or rather the reader has to create and elicit their own story. And if you've not seen a baby reading, then you're in for a treat, because they absolutely know what they think and they point at things much before they can express. Is there something you want to say? No? Yes.
Permission to be controversial.
Sure.
Oh.
I'm not sure you need permission.
I've been doing it all day. Yeah. I think something that we've also got to look at, and I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who sees the people who come into the stores, right? We're talking about our content and a whole range of different topics, but ultimately it doesn't come down to all of these things. It comes down to what do people take action on. Now, what are we doing is more important than all of the plans that we have, and that's always a common discussion around South Africa. We've got the best of plans, we just don't know how to implement them. Whether it's our water policy or our environmental, we just don't implement. We're terrible at implementing because everybody wants to interpret their version of implementation and tell you what's wrong with the plan. So we don't get to do anything. Now, I agree fully that, we need to identify with the story. We had one publisher from India who came down many years ago and tried to show us books, and it shows a papaya and it shows fruit that we don't have in Africa. And it's not going to talk to that audience. So it doesn't work. No matter how cheap it is, it's the wrong thing. I can understand, and I relate with Chimamanda Adichie, if I'm correct, right? She spoke about the fact that she never saw, peaches and orange marmalade and everything, and it was about mangoes. That's what we have. But that doesn't stop us from reading. Most of us grew up reading those stories that we didn't relate to, like I mentioned, Robin Hood. That didn't stop us from reading. That didn't stop us from driving our imagination, from getting the concepts, all of those things there as well. And sometimes maybe, that's where the controversial part comes in, maybe we start looking for things when we're not actually dealing with the underlying problem. We need to get the people to sit there and read. Now, we talk about the access to books, massive problem. I've been asking publishers for years, please print me comic books in the old style like I grew up reading Superman and Batman on newsprint. If you try and get a comic book now, you're going to be paying, $100 for it because it's glossy, it's got a foil cover. Everybody's interested in making it the one that in 100 years' time or in 50 years' time, it's going to be the first edition that's going to sell for R1 million. I didn't need that. I needed something that I could take through and I could read and I could do comic books and I could enjoy. And, there were Westerns and they were Westerns. I mean, there's no cowboys in South Africa. But that is what built my passion for reading. And sometimes we look too much and we think too much and we're trying to find the perfect solution when what we just need to have is things in people's hands. We speak about parents reading and the importance of the person who's there with the caregiver. We've got to recognize we've got a problem where the children are not with the parents for a large part of the target audience we're talking about. And this is maybe sometimes where the business mind comes in and we start thinking of it from a market perspective as opposed to from an academic perspective. If my market tells me that I want books in English because I think my child is going to, I want them to develop a career and in sciences, and I'm not actually looking for the books in the home languages. We have that. We have parents who come in who are looking for books in English because they figure, hold on, I need to actually prep my child for university. We've got kids who come in who don't speak their home languages. I mean, my kids don't speak what should be my home language. It's one generation. We're seeing that, and we want to try and drive and create this but sometimes the market is going to dictate where you go. And that over there is a conversation that we are not having. That if the market wants to go somewhere, we've got to create access for what the market wants, where the market wants, not what we want them to have because it makes us feel better.
Well, I think if I can just respond, I come from a background of doing. I left academia because I could see a problem and I got involved in an opportunity that could address it. Book Dash, the organization that was the kind of vehicle through which I pushed a lot of my passion and belief, started 10 years ago. The sector was quite different. It knew we needed to get increased books in children's homes and hands, as you said. 10 years later, we've published 210 books that are freely accessible. No, someone's paying, funders, thank you. We have printed and distributed they're now currently printing the 5 millionth copy of a book like this that goes to a child and a parent with some support through our partners of how and why to use this book with your child. Mkhulu Trust is actively training and distributing books and training parents and partnering with public sector. Book Dash also did that. Nalibali is quite represented here, who would print fold-out storybooks in newspapers and that kids could fold and create and have access to local language books. Puku, I want to ask a question around their doing, which is kind of in the reviewing and actively promoting and highlighting access. So I do think I agree 100%. What are we doing? And I want to hear from you, Mohammed, when we come back to you in terms of what are booksellers doing to be innovative and to meet customers where they are. On your point of, interestingly, the Book Dash distribution model was to identify we were a publisher who wanted to increase access. We worked with partners across 160 partners across the country who were reaching young children and their families and often providing training and support either through early learning centers, ECD centers, or through parenting programs. And interestingly, the ECD strategy now under the Department of Basic Education sees 0 to 2 children years old as needing to meet them through the parenting programs. There's the National Parenting Program already, but they want to expand on that. And then 3 to 5-year-old children through the ECD Early Learning Center or more informal early learning programs that might be book clubs or early learning play groups, that kind of thing. So they're thinking, how do they equip and how do they train those sectors to meet the children where they are? Book Dash's approach, because there was huge demand from the parents and partners to get English, to expose their children to English. Every child that was signed up through a partner of Book Dash would receive 3 books every year. 1 wordless book, because we know the purpose, 1 home language book, because we know the value and we want to increase and expose parents to why that is important and still fun, and 1 English book. So there are ways that we can, as you said, take what the consumer wants and also know what's best practice, not preferred, best practice, and meet them and kind of move them towards. And things can be complementary. I'm a massive advocate for we can have both and not this or that. But really, really important point is that we can't just tell people what's right and what's better and what's academic. We also have to listen to what the markets say. So Nomvuyo, I want to come back to you in terms of the 100 books catalog that Puku has worked on with the National Library of South Africa and Biblionef. I think there might be another partner. You can tell me. What is that? Why does it matter? And the culture of reviewing and how who can review books and why should they? Yeah, thanks.
Let me just add, just comment on what Mohammed said. I think one of the things that we have in common is that we come from privilege. As middle class people, it was easy to be able to relate to a Robin Hood. My claim to fame was Asterix. French comic. I read it, actually was able to read it in French, and I could relate to it. But I'm not going to tell Nkgono wa Dithabaneng in Qwaqwa that it's okay for you to read Robin Hood, you'll catch up with loving reading. So I think it's a conversation for another time, but I think part of the problem with the market is there's a lack of depth of understanding what people are saying, and partly because those people are not in this room. And that's a different conversation for NLSA for a future reading summit. But in terms of what the Puku Children's Foundation is doing, I'm thrilled to be here with my colleague, the editor-in-chief of the catalog for books in isiZulu. And essentially what we've been tasked to do, and it came from countless emails, text messages, every time we ran into people, where families especially, usually parents, were asking us, what's the best book for my child in Xitsonga? What a teacher would ask, I have a unit on sunshine. What books do you have on sunshine in Setswana? And we hadn't done that. All we had been doing at Puku is saying, read in African languages, there's some fabulous books, this publisher is wonderful, and so on. So we had to systematize how we do that. And part of the structure we created was to have independently selected editorial committee members. The partners that Julia is referring to recommend some of the members on it. The National Library is a partner, Biennial of South Africa, EB South Africa, and the the university. And what they do is I project manage just because somebody has to, I suppose. And the idea is to buy as many books as possible, and we always endeavor to buy the books because many of the individuals we want to buy from, many of the entities are small publishers. To buy as many of those books in that language, distribute them amongst the editorial committee members, and theoretically throw them in the room and say, read all of these and decide which ones are absolutely fantastic. And if you can, please get to 100. And they've always been able to get to that 100. With isiZulu, they were able to get to 300, and that was because isiZulu represents a quarter of the languages in South Africa, and there is an enormous a number of books that have already been published in isiZulu. So essentially, what the Puku Medallion is, it's these experts and practitioners collectively deciding that this is a great book. And the notion of great, the reviewing of a fantastic book, is on multiple factors. It's the images, it's the quality of language, which is really important. A lot of translation is going on that isn't very good translation. So it's the quality of the translation. It is the essential, the ingredient of children's books, which is, it was a fun book. It was a fantastic story. So they make those decisions, we publicize it, it's up online, and anyone can access it. And so we are hoping to not get as many phone calls that ask which book should we buy. But we're a small NGO, we're always fundraising, and so far we've only done 4 of the 5 indigenous languages.
Yes, remind me which languages you have completed.
Sesotho, Setswana, isiXhosa, and isiZulu.
So you're telling me that you were able to, through a rigorous process and experts, find at least 100 great books in those 4 languages that exist and might be out of print because of lack of demand, but exist, and that we can use to to cultivate and turn the soil. I don't know who was talking about that yesterday. What a lovely image to get into communities, libraries, schools, homes, and from that foster even more kids who want to write stories. And
absolutely, Julia, and even more than that, it's actually more than 100. We said 100 because it's a cute round number. But when we started in 2021 with uMhlathuze and we got to 100, the day after we've announced the 100, there were more books available in uMhlathuze, so we're actually very much behind. There have been many more fantastic books published.
Could do an annual list or an update, because I think it's a growing industry, and I think that is what's promising. I've got one more question for Karen, and I see we are even running out of time. Can I get an indication if there are questions from the audience so I can allow time for that? Otherwise, I've got a final question or two for the panelists. Does anyone want to ask a question? Yeah, okay, I'll come to you in a second. Okay, I'm going to go to Karen and then come to you, Mohammed, and then I've got the final question. Karen, you raised an interesting point, and I'm not expecting you to have the answer here, but in terms of children's reading, and I had a question for Mohammed around adults as well, so maybe you can come back to that. You mentioned digital reading and reading on devices and screen time and the kind of potentially positive tension between, I grew up, my mentor always used to say that print has authority and digital has reach. And so looking at the balance between that, you can reach so many thousands more people through digital, but print has a kind of authority and it converts us to reading in a way that digital doesn't. But Karen, your question was around screen time not being good for children's brain development. And so where's the sweet spot between digital and print, given print is much more difficult to implement? It's expensive to move books around. They're heavy, as I know for signing many courier bills. But they're better for bonding and for the literacy kind of outcomes that come later.
Yeah, I think it's a complex question, because the availability of resources is something that's key, and being able to get books into very rural areas is really hard. And a lot of the places there's no access to libraries, which is a key place where people who don't necessarily have the funds can still access books. So I think it's very much this juggling act that we need to do, because research does show that unsupervised access to screen time when children are very young is seriously detrimental. I was talking about that learning happening through relationships, and it's that back and forth between a caregiver and a child that's so crucial in brain development. And we know that children have access to screens and they're doing it alone. There is no interaction happening. But at the same time, parents have access to screens as well. So, for example, we've got a parent line chatbot that we've developed to give parents access to information that they might find difficult to get otherwise. So we can put their guidance on things like book sharing, and potentially if we can get zero data rated to make it even more accessible, we can share books in a PDF format that they can be downloaded onto a device. But yes, it's this juggling act that we need to do to be really aware that screen-based reading for very young children is not ideal. You're wanting that interaction between a real human being, a caregiver, someone who's important to that child, and the child itself. It's the interaction that is the crucial part of it. So I think it's a matter of finding the balance. We can use it to inspire and guide caregivers towards real-world book sharing. We can provide resources that enhance face-to-face interactions potentially, but we can't ever substitute for the irreplaceable human connections that drive early literacy.
Thanks, Karen. I think that's a really useful thing for anyone working in digital access. Think, who's your user? Who's your target? Is it the child, or is it the person who kind of mediates life for the child, their caregiver? And possibly that's a better strategy, a more healthy strategy to empower them than target the child as a reader directly when you're thinking about young children. Mohammed, a comment, and or I'd like you to wrap up not wrap up the whole thing, but just any comments around access to reading resources for adults through the booksellers channels, and any innovations that you see happening in book selling.
Yeah, so there's a couple parts to this. The first one is with regards to the digital reading. Example I always use is if I have to take a person and say, study the Quran, study the Bible, study whatever book that you really engage with, which do you prefer, digital or physical? And when I've spoken to, Islamically, there are thousands of young people who go out and memorize the Quran, and you ask them, which would you prefer doing? And all of them will tell you it's a book. It's a physical book. And there's a reason behind it that we don't always think about. It's when you're looking at a page, you can see where the other page is. If I ask you, where is, a particular chapter, you will be able to do that, and you will be within maybe 10 pages of where it is, depending on how familiar you are with it. But you can't do that with digital. It doesn't have a flow. It doesn't have a scale. You don't know how many pages more to the end. It's a number. That's the part that we don't see. And when it comes to little kids, it is about the touch and the feel. There's a reason we have those touchy books with the, little furry duck and the rest of it. So we've got to actually start thinking about that. Yes, we talk about distribution and the rest of it, but we are trying to solve one problem by creating another one. We're trying to say we've got a distribution problem, so let's solve it partly rather than dealing with the actual issue that we need to deal with. You mentioned the issue around distribution, and it's a fight that I have with publishers. Definition of quality doesn't mean that something has to last forever. You can buy a Chinese screwdriver if it does the job for as long as you want to, and it's relative to the cost, and then it breaks after 3 months, and you go and buy another one. Okay, that was the quality you paid for. It doesn't have to last forever. And that access comes in where we're talking, and I fight with publishers. I tell them, you're still using the same model that Charles Dickens did. You get the author, you get it written, you print the book, then you ship it to my store. I must sell it, and I must wait until I sell the last book before I make money. So you tell me, people say, bookstores are making. If you tell me I'm going to make 20% on a book, I've got to sell 8 copies out of the 10 that I've got to pay you first. I haven't even paid my rent, my light, my water, anything else. So a 20% margin doesn't work. And then people say, why is it that Exclusive wants to have a 40% margin when you take the book there? Well, because they've got to pay the lights, the water, the rent. And because if you want to be in Canal Walk and you want to be in Gateway and you want to be, that little space that you take costs a hell of a lot of money for you to sell it over 6 months or a year before you even get back your money. I think, again, we don't look at the data. Sitting with Grattan Kirk, who's the CEO of Exclusive, he says about 20 to 100 books make up probably, or 20%, not even 20%, it's a fraction of that. It's like 5 or 10% of the books make up the bulk of the books sold in South Africa. It's Atomic Habits, it is, Who Moved My Cheese, and, the biographies. And the rest of them, he is making sure books are available because you can walk in and you can find that one copy in all the Exclusive books around the country. So if you want to be hard on us, try and be in our shoes, all right? You want to actually say we've got to turn over the stock. So accessibility, we need to be able to look at new models. Yes, we need to be able to print on demand at location. Yes, it's cheap to print 3,000 copies. But if it's going to take you 3 years to sell the 3,000 copies, the time value of the money that you've got, I tell my staff this. When you walk in through my store, what do you see? You see books and paper. I see money that could have been sitting in my bank, earning me a return, that I've got on the shelf. So every day that it's sitting there, it's a loss to me. I've got to turn over the stock. In business, they talk about stock turns. Well, publishers come in and they want to say, oh, you know what, people are not, no, wait, hold on. You've got to actually understand that is the industry. We can shave a hell of a lot of cost out. I could print a UK book in South Africa in 30 seconds, But the publishers are afraid. Why are they afraid? They're afraid because we are not protecting their copyright. So will they really give you their product to print on demand? When we've got a law which says, oh, you know what, we're pushing a law which says, well, you can print whatever you want and not pay them. We've got South African authors saying we're not going to publish in South Africa anymore because we're not protected. So until we start dealing with those issues, then we're going to fight about access. We're going to say, well, why are people not reading? We're not creating the environment to create the content, to make it work. You asked about access. I'll challenge you right now. Take your phone, open up Google Maps, type in bookstore or bookshop, and see how many bookstores there are within a 30K radius. Where are they located? There's a Van Skyke and a Bargain Books in Richards Bay. There's a Mtapo here in Pangeni. And then they list Waltons, and they list, those are booksellers. Yes, they have a role to play, but they're not bookstores where you can walk in and you can get a range of different things. So access is not just about how much we create. It's not just about the distribution channels. It's about making sure that we start making it worthwhile to have that. And that's the part we need to actually look at. We can't have TV programs made and then not pay the people who create it. The same way we can't make music and not pay the people who create it. Well, why do we think that books are somehow exempt from this? You know, it's a victimless crime to share PDF of a book. The industry is frustrated. President's Keeper, 3 days, PDFs were flying around. Johan de Ruyter's book, released on a Sunday, Monday morning, 9 p.m., somebody sent it to me.
So I think I want to pick up on that last, as a final comment on that, and then Sia's question, and then a last wrap up. That's really interesting, because if PDFs are flying around, it means there is demand, there is interest, but there's not a willingness necessarily to pay, or there's a misunderstanding that one should pay and who's missing out. 1 second, I just want to, for the audience here, like, if we could increase demand for people who are going to be willing to pay, a lot of the issues in the people who are producing books will be smoothed out, because they can assuredly print more and pay less per copy. The bookstores are less worried about stock sitting and not moving, so they might have more generous credit terms, or just feature more different titles, that kind of thing. And to give you a very practical example, a book like this, if I print 1 copy, I'm paying 70 Rand. If I print 100 copies, I maybe get it down to 60 Rand. If I can print 10,000 copies of this book, I pay 4 Rand a copy. So suddenly your business model changes. And we need to work together. We need to pull together as a society to create that demand. And my belief is that it starts very early. It's the easiest way to win the battle, but it needs to then sustain through education.
Just on that, I went to a meeting with Department of Basic Education a number of years back with the DG. And they were talking about the fact that, we want to only choose 6 books. And this time they're saying we only want to choose 3 books per subject, per grade, as being the approved book list. And I said, do you realize that this is exactly the same problem we have with pharmaceuticals? And I think you mentioned I'm a pharmacist. So you spend all the money developing R&D. You get to the end point and you get approval for 2 drugs. You've got to recover the 50 other that you tested out of the 2. So your cost of the 2 is not in the production. I mean, yes, we're talking about the cost of this on production, but the real cost, the big cost, was the 30 years that the person studied to be able to figure out how to do this, to be able to create a book in 10 pages that delivers a message. Where's that cost? And if you don't produce them, you don't make any money. So that entire cost is lost. I spoke to the Minister Ismail Vadi. He writes for the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. And because he's paid from the foundation, I don't even think he's paid by the foundation, but he's a retired minister. He writes the books and he says, it only costs 60 Rands to produce the book. And I said, what about your time? And his wife was sitting there and she says, yeah, you think about it. You write every night for 1 hour for 6 months to get that book. What's that? That's, 150 hours alone, just if he's doing 1 hour to produce that book. What's that in Rand value? At 1,000 Rand an hour?
And a healthy reading culture and book buying culture would not require people to do that for free. Sia, your question? Then we need to give the reading barometer people time for their workshop.
We're on the same team.
Sanbonani, igama uSiya. And I think I got two questions, both somewhat controversial. The first one is probably for you, Mohammed, seeing that you're from booksellers, right? So last year I was in a privileged position to adjudicate books, comics for children, and the whole criteria was based on books that, was based on sales in books that were sold countrywide, right? And obviously Afrikaans was right up there. So when I got a stack of books to look at, mostly in Afrikaans, and then obviously in English, maybe one or two were in indigenous languages, isiZulu, let's say. And I sat there and I realized that, yes, I mean, there are many award categories out there, but this is one where it particularly marginalizes languages. What are your thoughts on that? Now, the second question, in fact, it's open to the whole panel. The second question is more on the publishing distribution side. So I'll just read a small part here. It says, former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick is making waves in the tech world with his latest venture, Lumi. The platform focuses on leveraging AI to streamline the creative process for comic books and manga, and could open up new avenues for storytellers who have traditionally faced high barriers to entry in publishing world. Now, the basis of this question is your thoughts on this panel. How do you see the future of publishing, distribution, etc.? But now with AI coming into the play, and obviously content creators are probably not happy with AI making stories and taking food out of their mouth. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So I'm going to answer the second question first from my perspective, right? One of our people who goes out and pitches books to bookstores, I brought him in and I said, these are all self-published authors that have come to me. Would you be able to take this out? And he looked at them, and he's a experienced, 60-something who's done enough work in the industry over many years. And he says, they say that everybody's got a book in them, but nobody really specify that it was a good book? So you look at all of these books, and out of them he says, you see this one, that's the problem. You see this one, that's the problem. It's the quality that you got. One of the problems that we currently have is that it's too easy to create a book. So everybody thinks I can type it out in Microsoft Word, and I'm going to tell my story, and therefore it's a good book because I like it. So there's a lot of junk. All right?
I'm
going to be rather...
Unfortunately, have to stop you there because we've gone on too long, and I'm sorry, but we can carry on these conversations. And I think it's really interesting. Good quality and bad quality comes out of published books, professionally published books, and then self-published. And I think they're really interesting questions around gatekeeping and quality control and who's doing what. But I've got lots of thoughts going on in my head. I'm ending with literally a yes/no question for the panelists. Do you feel that we can solve the issue of a lack of access to books in the country? And I'm talking across age groups, across language groups, and things like that. You can only say yes or no.
Yes.
If we try hard enough, yes. Oh, sorry, yes. Yes.
Instructions, Mohammed. And Karen?
Yes. Yes, absolutely we can.
My voice as well, which I do think, yes, it's a very mechanical and solvable problem. And I hope that you've learned something about the nature of the challenge, but also the opportunities today. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, we on. Afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, my job is very, very brief. I'm going to introduce our last speakers for the day. Dr. Tara Paul Zangwato, who is the Director at Social Impact inside Africa. Dr. Tara is one of the researchers that were involved with the National Reading Survey. And we also have, a very brief profile. She has been involved for over 25 years in social development, research, monitoring and evaluation, and social systems, change facilitation. She has previously worked in academia, international consulting, traditional authorities, and Tara holds degrees in development studies and social and political sciences. And I also want to introduce Dr. Gaby Kelly from Nalibali. Nalibali is one of the partners of the National Library, and she was also involved in the work of the National Reading Survey of 2023. So the purpose of they will outline the purpose of the presentation as we are starting to build to the next round of our reading survey. And Dr. Gaby, we call her Dr. Gaby, is a researcher and development specialist with over 15 years in program design, research methodology, data analysis, and strategic leadership in the nonprofit sector. And I think I'm going to end it there. Okay, I'm going to end it there. It's quite a long bio, and you can look them up online if you really want to see some of the projects that they've been involved in. So they will be, I'm handing over now to them. I hope you guys are okay.
Thank you. Sorry, if you just give us a second.
Sorry, we're trying to manage getting the presentation onto the Okay, here we go. Fantastic.
Can you make it short for us?
Is it on? Okay. No, can you put it on the big screen? Yeah. All right. Sorry.
All right, wonderful. Hello, everyone. And hello, everyone online. So it's the last session of the day, and we're running a little bit later than usual, so thank you for still sticking with us. We're going to keep this very short, not least because a lot of our wonderful presenters beforehand told you a lot about this project. So we're so pleased that various people have drawn on this data already. So we're actually going to quickly move past a whole range of slides that we'd prepared because you've already been told some of these findings by other people. So the topic today, slide view, yes, slideshow. Is that going to work? All right. I hope online this is also visible like this. I'm not sure. So the goal really today is not to tell you about the findings of the National Reading Survey and the National Reading Barometer, but to talk about how we use these findings in our advocacy work, in our planning, in deciding on what to do in the real world. And so the project really was designed to fulfill several functions. Yes, it's about understanding reading cultures, motivation, attitudes, access challenges, systems, constraints, and opportunities, and enable us to track change over time. But the key goal of that is to inform policy and practice. And it does that partially by creating a shared impact measurement tool for the whole sector. and to enable sector coordination. So we can talk to each other because we have shared language, because we have shared goals, because we have a shared theory of change. And the design of it as a partnership, working together between multiple government departments, so very much the core NLSA, which is why we're here today, and we really appreciate all the support from libraries, but also DBE, and then a whole range of NGOs working in the sector, and a range of teachers, for example, and people who are involved in teachers associations, many different kinds of organizations and individuals who were part of this project. So we've already heard about the importance of reading cultures for libraries, for other people have mentioned this today, and the importance of a reading ecosystem and a shared theory of change. So I'm going to very quickly just mention a couple of other findings. And we tend to hear about how the research barometer, the National Reading Survey and Barometer point out what's missing and what's not great. But there also are some very positive findings. Actually, before I talk about the findings, just pointing out that there are a number of resources you can use on the website, including there's a report, a summary report. There's also the actual data set. So for any of you who are researchers who want to analyze or ask questions of your own, there's the raw data that can be downloaded. There are special issue briefs just focusing in on libraries, for example, or reading materials that we've just heard, or reading with children. There's also a particular guidebook on how to build a culture of reading for enjoyment in your community, for example. And there's fun things like a reading personas quiz that you can use in workshops, that you can use in like teacher trainings, any number of places where you can use that. So what are some of the positive things we learned from the National Reading Survey? First of all, because we defined reading in a very broad way, we can actually see that most South Africans do read, right? So we complain about the lack of a reading culture as if that was one thing. But actually, if you look at a range of cultures and different ways in which people read, actually 83% of the adults do read in one way or another. When we look at reading for enjoyment, look at reading regularly, look at owning books, it gets less, but nonetheless, there's a lot of reading going on. So starting from appreciation is something that we really wanted to do with this study. We've also heard correctly that there's not a lot of digital book buying, but that doesn't mean that people aren't reading digitally. It is growing. It might not be books, it might be free materials, it might be WhatsApp messages, it might be any number of things, but some kind of decoding text into meaning and exchanging information is happening digitally with a lot of people. We're also seeing an improvement. It's not enough, but it's improving adults reading with children. Let's build on that. We've heard a lot about the importance of languages. One of the key things is that not only do South Africans want to read in local languages, they want to read in multiple languages. So English and an African language in most cases, and that's in itself also important, not just one or the other. And we've already heard a lot about libraries. I'm not going to say more about that. Very important, but not as accessible as they could be. Before I talk about reader identity, I also want to say that an important finding of the survey that I think we haven't made enough of yet is that teenagers are reading. So we actually interviewed 16, 17, 18 and up, and the most prevalent readers who read the most, including for pleasure and including novels, not just school books, was actually your teens, when we actually all sort of are used to complaining about how, you know, teens aren't reading. So there is something really positive there that needs a lot more follow-up from all of us. Okay, and now the final point I want to make on this is that reading identity matters. So this is evidence-based from the survey design, right? So we asked questions about, do you consider yourself a reader? What kind of reader do you think you are? And then we looked at actual practice. How often do you read? What do you read? Etc. Right? And the identity somebody has in terms of their self-identification as a reader really predicts, correlates very strongly with the kinds of reading they do. And it's not just, somebody reads a lot and then they think they're a reader. It's not that. The causality is even people who don't read that much, but who think of themselves as readers, who are maybe similar to, same demographic, same socioeconomic background, all the things that we would normally consider barriers to reading. If you think of yourself as a reader, you will read more than somebody who's very similar to you who doesn't think of themselves as a reader. So we can actually work with improving people's identities as readers and then use that as a motivation for them to actually read more. When we then look at the National Reading Barometer, which is secondary data, again, it's easy to focus on the red, right, of things that are constraining us, and to say, oh, there's not much green, that's enabling, but actually the emerging category is important. There are many factors in our ecosystem that are getting there or that are close. And what that tells us as activists in this room and as doers is that here is a place where we can work. Here's where we can advocate. Here's where we can push. There is a potential here. And that's where most of the ecosystem is sitting. Okay, so I'm going to pass it on to Gabby with these last thoughts. If the survey is telling us that identity as readers matters, we can hook people by telling them it's okay, you are a reader, even if you're reading the Bible every day, even if you're reading recipes, even if you're reading, lots of TikTok messages and WhatsApp messages, you are a reader. Now, what's the next step? And if we're looking at our ecosystem, we can say it's emerging. There are places we can push. We have an advocacy space. Now, what do we actually do with this information? Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Tara. So we wanted this workshop / presentation to be quite practical. And so I'm just going to give you some examples of how you can use the data that we have and some of the products we have practically in your space for advocacy, for program design, etc. So how do I move through this? Wait, no, I've gone. Tara? Yep. It won't? Oh, okay. It's going like to the, I want to go all the way back to where I was. But no one back? But that's missing a slide now.
Oh, because it's hidden. Okay, hold on, we can, okay, sorry. We can go back here and we can unhide it.
Oh. Sorry, some of the slides were hidden. They will be unhidden now.
Okay.
And that one. Fab. Okay, cool. Can you go to there? Just to number 17. Okay. So it's been really great to see that people have been using the NRB for grounding their own research. And so research in academia, we've also seen that a lot of people are downloading the data sets. It's really promising. Where we think that it could be used a lot more is in program design and evaluation. All of the kind of the background data helps us in understanding who needs what are the different requirements in different areas, what are the preferences, the reading behavior, access and ability, because it is a representative survey. So it gives us a good idea of what's happening in the different provinces. Obviously, as Tara mentioned, for advocacy and media communications, for pushing in policy development and implementation, and then also further helping the publishing and bookselling sector to understand audiences where they are, not only kind of them as a market, but also kind of what some of their other broader preferences are and behaviors are. It's this one here. So I just wanted to give a couple of examples of how you could use it. So what we did with the data was to Tara did some fancy statistics and was able to separate the different kinds of readers. And so we identified 5 main groups: the non-readers, functional readers, occasional, regular, and committed readers. And that's saying that they're kind of identification as those kinds of readers strongly influence their reading behaviors. And so because these people have different ways of identifying and different behaviors, there's certain targeted messages that you can apply if you're wanting to reach those groups. So for instance, like in program design, if you look at a functional reader. So a functional reader is somebody that uses a mobile phone mainly to communicate and get information they need. They don't necessarily use a lot of social media use. They might have, the Quran or Bibles, but they're not really reading much else, and they prefer paper. So targeted messaging for them is, believe that you're a reader, value the reading that you're already doing, and find a topic or an author that excites you. And so how do we engage with those kind of people? So we can see that with functional readers, they are reading increasingly with children. How do you get them to have the confidence to go into the library and get library books out for children and be willing to read them aloud to them? So how do you move someone away from just reading out of necessity to wanting to do it? So recognizing that that they might have internet access, they're not necessarily spending a lot of time on social media, they're not reading for pleasure as much. So some practical strategies might be, okay, if I want to design a reading intervention, I want them to read more with children. Promote, short chunks of reading, promoting kind of first steps, give it a try, showing them when to find appropriate materials, emphasizing the value of storytelling as well. Outreach, recognizing that maybe these aren't your digital market. How do you send them messages? How do you kind of engage with them, and maybe community level interactions, talking to them in public spaces, in libraries, might be more effective than kind of an online social media campaign to reach that kind of person. And also they prefer to engage in African languages, this particular group, and to read in African languages. So also bearing that in mind in terms of communications. Because they're recognizing that reading the Bible or reading newspapers is reading, and how do you move them to the next step, but not just thinking that reading long texts and books is reading. And then once you kind of validate someone and they identify more as a reader, they're more likely to become more of an occasional reader, or move up in kind of their identification as a reader. And then in terms of libraries, like how do you welcome this kind of person into a library? How do you help them explore new materials? And how can you use other readers, like regular readers or people that really identify as strongly as readers, to bring friends to the library, to make them feel comfortable, having events that are not just about, just exclusively about kind of novels and books, to bring people into the space. Keep on pressing the wrong button. And then another example, I'm just going to use a Nalibali example, is we did a midline evaluation where we wanted to see where people in the Free State and in the Northern Cape for our Lesedi and Letsatsi projects, because we understand that parental behavior has a really strong influence on children's reading outcomes and building a culture of reading. We wanted to see within the adult community kind of where everyone was at. And what's really useful is having this nationally representative survey and also freely available questions. We could then ask in the community, we could ask the same questions in the community, and then we could compare them to the provincial and kind of national statistics to get a sense of, okay, where is this community at? And where are there areas where it's stronger or weaker? And so I've highlighted in green kind of areas where there were particular strengths. So Nalibali had been working in the area for a long time already, and we found that 85% of people were reading with children relative to some of the statistics in the National Reading Survey. That doesn't seem right, but the number of books, etc. So it gave us a really good idea and allowed us to compare. And then when we look at Endline, we'll also be able to see how we've tracked our progress, whether we've gotten closer to the national average, where we exceeded, and then that helps us to understand and further develop the intervention so that we can address some of the gaps. So that was just two practical examples. And now we wanted to have a bit of a discussion with you all about using the NRB in our work. And do you want to ask these questions? We'll ask these questions. We're going to have a bit of a discussion on the floor. And then we'll also have, I don't know if any of you have used Mentimeter before, but we will also show you a QR code where you can also respond on your phone, so it allows more people to also respond. So the two questions, well, are there more than that? The two questions just about using it in your work is how do you think that you can use the NRB data and tools in your work, and have there been any barriers that you've experienced in terms of using NRB data, in terms of its relevance or the way it's communicated? We'd be very interested in hearing from the audience about that. And then also the next one, do that first, okay. So how do we go to the Mentimeter? Are we going to just go to the next one? But let's just hear about it. Okay. So does anybody have any? Yeah, do you want to take over?
Yeah. Brilliant. So is there anybody here who wants to share some experiences of how you have used the NRB data so far, or anything we've said so far that makes you think, I want to use it in future like this? Any ideas? Okay, yes, there's a question. So let's just go for questions. Yeah.
Quick question: how do we go from 81% inability to read in grade 4 to your 83%? I guess it's in adulthood. Every time I ask this question, I get a different answer. So I'm curious what you folks think.
Thank you very much for that. Please do keep hands coming up as you're percolating, but I'm going to answer that question. I think there's also a question about how do we get from not reading at 10 years old, which is grade 4, to seemingly doing lots of reading at 16, never mind 35 and 65, right? And I'm not sure I have a good answer for that, but I think it is an incredibly important question. And it's a research question. I mean, it's a factual question, right? But it's also a sort of intervention design question, right? What are we doing about it? And so, are we simply delayed, but we get there in the end? Or, one of the things that when this survey does not test reading ability, right? So if a 16-year-old or a 25-year-old says, I'm reading, I have no way of knowing, and I'm also not going to start judging whether they're reading with comprehension or how fluently or how fast or like any of that stuff, which is what we do with our pearls, right? And so it's quite possible that there's two things. The one is that by the time maturity happens, a lot of kids and a lot of people catch up, and then they do read with comprehension and fluency and fun. The other possibility is that people when they're 16 and 25 and 40 are reading but slowly and struggling and aren't understanding everything they're reading to the full capability of what might be in there if you know what I'm saying. So but that doesn't mean that there isn't reading happening. So again, it's not about making a judgment call that the only kind of reading that counts is fast and with, full, all the layers you could possibly be getting out of it, right? So I think there is something there about reading cultures that say some people will read for facts How much butter do I need to put in this cake? You know, some people will read newspaper articles again for facts, you know, who won the football, right? And other people will read a newspaper article for very deep interpretation. What is the political situation here? You know, how does this politician's statements relate to 50 years of political history? That's all going to be there. And I think it's a lot of what we don't understand very well as a reading kind of industry. Yeah.
Can I just add just one thing just to clarify? You know, that 83% includes all kinds of reading.
Yeah.
So, you know, reading a WhatsApp message is counted in that. So it does make it look like a big, but the whole idea was this inclusivity so that people can associate more with, you know, as readers and hopefully can, but yeah, to then compare the 81% and the 83% is not really a comparison that you can make. It's not fair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's meant to be a positive kind of view of reading. Yeah.
Okay, so anyone else? Yeah, there's a point or a question or a comment about how this is useful?
The point of the 81% in what we see, I'm gonna again. I had a discussion around alcoholism in the Muslim community with scholars. And one of the things that we picked up afterwards was that nobody admits to it. And sometimes when we talk to people, and again, I'm going to use the example of me interviewing people to come and work for me as a business person. You ask a question, you get an answer. When you put the person in front of a PC and you tell them to write an email, you get a very, very different reality. So I'm gonna ask and say, the 81%, yes, I can send a WhatsApp, I can be functional, I can do all of those things. What we need to ask is how many are able to read with that comprehension. And I think that that's the big difference in terms of where we're at. I think to answer your question on how can use this, as business people, we look at it and it both terrifies us and it also creates opportunity. To reiterate what, again, Exclusive Book CEO has mentioned many times, we only have 1 million people who regularly buy books in South Africa. We can double our market and our turnover by just finding 1 million more. So this tells me there's lots of potential in the market, but I got to find them.
Okay. Well, that maybe brings me to the next question, which is, does anybody have any comments on barriers they've experienced? So maybe you didn't know about this, or maybe you tried to use the reports, but they were just too complicated. Any ideas from you about challenges that you've experienced with using this data so far? Okay, no immediate takers, so I'm just going to move on and say that we are going to be rerunning this survey next year, possibly next year, hopefully, maybe into 2027. And so we're in the planning and consultation phase for that right now. Hopefully we'll engage again with many of you through your various networks in the next year or so around that. But are there any ideas from the floor about topics you'd really like the next round to cover? Particular questions that are top of mind that you think this survey might help you find an answer to? I think we'll leave that as the last round of inputs because I think it's getting to the end of the day, but we'd really, really love to hear from you. And if you don't want to speak now or you can't think of it now, find either of us in the course of tomorrow and just tell us. All right, any thoughts from the floor now? Yes? No? Oh, okay. All right. I think everybody's doing their emails. It's fine. Lots of reading is happening on screens. That's good news, right? Okay. So I think Is Nokuthula here? Can we hand it back to our chair? Otherwise, if she's not here, then maybe we can simply close the afternoon. Chair? Sorry, Nokuthula. Apologies. Can we call you to close out the session and the day? Because I think everyone's tired and ready to go home. Fine.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you all for staying up to so far. I know it's been a long day, so many presentations, but please go and look at the reading barometer. Tara and Gaby are still here tomorrow if you were thinking of something, because your input is very important as we are moving forward and planning the next round of the survey. Especially, I think for us, the libraries, it's a privilege for us to have them here and to be able to engage with them. So even if you are too shy to ask, or you can approach them tomorrow morning, they are still here, and ask any questions, make suggestions, and we will also provide their email so that you can actually maybe drop them an email and follow the developments around the preparation of towards the next round. Because it is such an important, as you could see, even yesterday, we had presenters citing the barometer, the survey results. So this is a very, very important survey for the country, especially for us, the public libraries, because we are doing so much work, and also the education sector, the education colleagues, if they are still here, and the academics as well, because we still have the academics in the room. Oh yes, education is still there, the back. Yeah, please, this is a very, very important survey. It's a national survey. It's for all of us. Let us use it. Let us help to build it and enhance it and make a contribution. And there is a request. I don't know if people are still, there is a request, Prof. Gian, for a group photo from the university. Have they left? Oh, they are still here. Okay, there's a request for a group photo for our partners, the University of Zululand. They would like, those of us who are still here, they would like to take a group photo. And tomorrow is our last day, and we are all meeting here. It's our last day. It's not going to be a very long day tomorrow. We would like to wish you a good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your day, but please do come for a group photo. Thank you.